Part 1: The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The fire had almost burned down to glowing embers. Beyond the circle of warm orange light, the Missouri River drifted quietly through the darkness. The current barely whispered against the muddy banks. Somewhere in the distance, a lone wolf called into the endless American wilderness. Captain Meriwether Lewis remained awake. Most of the Corps of Discovery had already fallen asleep beneath heavy wool blankets, their breathing mixed with the soft rustling of cottonwood leaves. Lewis stared into the darkness, not because he feared wild animals, not because he worried about enemy tribes, but because earlier that evening, an elderly native elder had quietly spoken a sentence that refused to leave his mind. Some rivers are never meant to be found. The old man had offered no explanation, only silence. The men laughed. Lewis did not. And many years later, when journals were examined and maps compared, historians would discover something strange. There were days, entire stretches of the expedition, that almost seemed to disappear. Tonight we follow that forgotten trail, not through myths, but through history itself. So settle into your chair. Let the campfire glow softly beside the great American frontier. And together we'll slowly drift back to the year 1804. In the early 19th century, the United States was still a remarkably young nation. Most Americans lived east of the Appalachian Mountains. Beyond them stretched millions of acres of forests, grasslands, rivers, mountains, and territories that few citizens had ever seen. Maps were often incomplete. Some rivers flowed in the wrong direction. Entire mountain ranges appeared where none actually existed. Large sections simply contained one word: unknown. Everything changed in 1803. President Thomas Jefferson completed one of the greatest land purchases in American history. For approximately $15 million, the United States purchased the vast Louisiana Territory from France. Almost overnight, America doubled in size. But owning land on paper was very different from understanding it. Jefferson wanted answers. He wanted scientists to study new plants and animals. He wanted accurate maps. He wanted peaceful relationships with native nations whenever possible. And perhaps most importantly, he hoped someone might discover a practical water route across the continent to the Pacific Ocean. If such a passage existed, it could transform trade forever. For that enormous responsibility, Jefferson chose a trusted friend, Captain Meriwether Lewis. Lewis was intelligent, patient, curious. Unlike many military officers, he carried notebooks as often as weapons. He spent months studying astronomy, medicine, botany, zoology, navigation, and surveying before leaving Washington. Jefferson wanted far more than soldiers. He wanted explorers. Lewis soon selected another remarkable leader, William Clark. Although Clark technically held a lower military rank, Lewis treated him as an equal partner from the beginning. Together, they quietly assembled a group unlike any America had ever sent west, the Corps of Discovery. Their members included hunters, boatmen, blacksmiths, carpenters, interpreters, soldiers, and ordinary young men willing to disappear into lands no American expedition had successfully crossed. No one knew exactly what awaited them. They packed scientific instruments with extraordinary care. Sextants, compasses, chronometers, writing supplies, medicine, trade goods, axes, guns, thousands of rounds of ammunition, seeds, cooking equipment, fishing hooks, even gifts intended for native leaders. Every item had been carefully considered, because once they departed, there would be no supply stations, no towns, no roads, no rescue, only rivers. On May 14, 1804, the expedition finally pushed away from Camp Dubois near present-day Illinois. Their large keelboat entered the Missouri River. Its heavy wooden hull groaned against the powerful current. The journey had begun. Progress was painfully slow. Unlike traveling downstream, the Corps often fought directly against the river's relentless flow. Sometimes the men rowed. Sometimes they used long poles to push against the riverbed. Often they climbed onto shore, attached ropes to the boat, and physically dragged the vessel upstream. Hour after exhausting hour, day after day, the Missouri was unpredictable. Sandbars shifted constantly. Hidden logs waited beneath muddy water. Sharp bends concealed dangerous currents. One mistake could overturn months of supplies. Yet despite these hardships, Lewis and Clark carefully documented nearly everything they encountered. Prairie dogs fascinated them. Massive herds of buffalo stretched across the plains in numbers almost impossible to imagine today. Elk, beavers, coyotes, antelope, waterfowl darkened the skies during migration. Every unfamiliar plant received attention. Every unusual animal entered their journals. Some evenings became outdoor science laboratories. Specimens were measured, pressed between paper, drawn by candlelight. America itself was slowly introducing its western half. The expedition also met numerous native nations whose ancestors had lived across these landscapes for countless generations. Many welcomed the visitors. Some remained cautious. Others watched silently from a distance. Lewis and Clark understood one important truth. Without native knowledge, their chances of success were very small. Local guides explained seasonal weather, river conditions, mountain passes, safe campsites, edible plants, animal migration routes, languages, trade customs. Much of what the Corps eventually accomplished depended upon knowledge generously shared by indigenous communities. Yet amid all this careful record-keeping, a curious pattern slowly appeared. Certain evenings entered the journals with remarkable detail. Temperatures, cloud formations, bird species, river depth, even small conversations. Then, unexpected gaps. A day summarized in only a few lines. Sometimes almost nothing. Historians have long debated these unusual absences. Were the men simply exhausted? Did damaged journals erase information? Or were certain experiences impossible to describe with certainty? No one knows. One evening during the late summer of 1804, the Corps camped beside a quiet tributary whose waters appeared strangely still compared to the restless Missouri. Several native hunters avoided the stream completely. When asked why, one elderly man simply answered, "That river remembers everyone who enters." Lewis politely thanked him. Clark smiled. Some younger soldiers quietly joked around the evening fire. Yet before sunrise, Lewis walked alone to the riverbank. Mist floated silently across the water. Nothing moved. No birds sang. No insects buzzed. For several long minutes, the world seemed almost completely silent. Then, a single fish broke the surface. The sound echoed strangely through the valley. Lewis later returned to camp without mentioning the experience. His journal that day remained unusually brief. Perhaps coincidence, perhaps fatigue, or perhaps just another quiet mystery carried by America's rivers. The Corps packed their equipment once more. The Missouri awaited. And somewhere beyond the endless bends, the greatest challenges of their remarkable expedition had only just begun. Part 2, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition morning arrived gently over the Great Plains. A pale golden light spread across the rolling prairie as thin ribbons of mist lifted from the Missouri River. Dew shimmered on tall grasses, and the first meadowlarks began their familiar songs. The Corps of Discovery broke camp with the quiet efficiency they had learned over months of travel. Breakfast was simple: fresh venison, corn meal, strong coffee for the officers. Within an hour, the heavy keelboat was once again pushing against the steady current. Every mile westward demanded patience. The Missouri River refused to cooperate. It twisted endlessly across the landscape, doubling back upon itself so often that the men sometimes felt they were traveling in circles. From the deck, familiar bluffs occasionally appeared again on the horizon, making even experienced travelers question their sense of direction. Lewis carefully checked his compass. Clark updated the maps. Both understood that accurate charts might become one of the expedition's greatest gifts to future generations. Every bend they recorded would replace guesswork with knowledge. As summer deepened, wildlife became even more abundant. Massive buffalo herds stretched across the plains like moving shadows. Sometimes thousands of animals crossed the river at once, their powerful bodies creating waves that rocked the expedition's boats. The sight astonished nearly every member of the Corps. Many had never imagined such enormous gatherings of wildlife. Pronghorn antelope raced effortlessly across the prairie, often disappearing before the hunters could raise their rifles. Coyotes watched from distant hills. Beavers busily repaired their dams. Bald eagles circled high overhead. For Lewis, every encounter represented another page in America's natural history. His notebooks filled with careful observations: the color of a bird's feathers, the unusual shape of a flower, the behavior of unfamiliar animals. Jefferson had asked for science. Lewis intended to deliver it. Not every day passed peacefully. Late one afternoon, dark clouds gathered over the western horizon. The wind changed almost instantly. The calm river transformed into a restless ribbon of churning water. Within minutes, one of the strongest prairie thunderstorms the expedition had yet encountered swept across the valley. Rain fell in heavy sheets. Lightning flashed continuously across the open sky. The men fought desperately to keep the boats from crashing into submerged trees along the muddy shoreline. Clark shouted orders through the roar of the storm. Several men leaped into waist-deep water, pulling ropes attached to the boats while others steadied the cargo. Every crate mattered. Inside were scientific journals, maps, medicines, trade goods, firearms, and irreplaceable instruments. If the river claimed them, months of work could disappear forever. After nearly 2 exhausting hours, the storm finally moved eastward. The sunset that followed painted the soaked prairie in warm shades of gold and crimson. The exhausted crew laughed with relief. Another difficult day had passed. That evening, while drying equipment around the campfire, one of the French boatmen mentioned something unusual. During the storm, he believed he had briefly seen another canoe drifting silently along the opposite bank. No paddles, no voices, no visible passengers. Just a dark shape moving through the rain. Several men insisted they had seen nothing. Others admitted they had noticed a shadow on the water but assumed it had been drifting timber. Lewis made no official note of the conversation. Instead, he quietly changed the subject. The expedition had little room for superstition. Still, unusual stories traveled quickly around evening campfires. Over the following weeks, the Corps met members of several native nations whose knowledge of the land proved invaluable. Many welcomed peaceful trade. They exchanged information about rivers, nearby villages, hunting grounds, and seasonal weather. Lewis and Clark carefully listened. One elder, after studying the Americans for several minutes, drew a winding line in the dirt with a stick. "This," he said, pointing to the Missouri. Then he drew another river branching away into the wilderness. He paused before placing his hand over the second line. "Every path wishes to be remembered." Interpreter hesitated. The translation seemed correct. Clark politely thanked the elder and continued discussing geography. Yet Lewis found himself studying the unfinished drawing long after the meeting ended. Maps often recorded rivers, but stories rarely appeared beside them. As autumn slowly approached, cooler air settled across the plains. The evenings became quieter. Migrating birds began moving south. Morning frost occasionally coated the grass before sunrise. One particularly peaceful evening, Lewis climbed a nearby hill overlooking the river. Below him, tiny campfires flickered beside the boats. Beyond them stretched an ocean of prairie reaching toward the western horizon. No cities, no roads, no fences, only endless wilderness beneath a sky crowded with brilliant stars. The silence felt almost overwhelming. For a moment, Lewis understood how unimaginably vast North America truly was. Their expedition represented only a tiny thread crossing an enormous landscape. Somewhere out there stood the Rocky Mountains. Beyond them waited rivers flowing toward the Pacific Ocean. And somewhere, perhaps only in old stories, there remained whispers of a forgotten waterway that a few native elders refused to discuss. Lewis closed his journal for the night. Tomorrow, the core of discovery would continue west, but the farther they traveled, the more the land itself seemed to guard its oldest secrets. Part 3. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition autumn arrived quietly across the northern plains. The endless fields of prairie grass gradually turned from deep green to shades of amber and gold. Cottonwood leaves shimmered in the cool breeze before drifting gently onto the banks of the Missouri River. The core of discovery had now traveled hundreds of miles from the familiar settlements of the eastern United States. Every sunrise carried them deeper into a landscape few Americans had ever seen. The journey had begun to change the men. Their clothing showed months of hard travel. Boots had been repaired more than once. Hands had become rough from pulling ropes, rowing heavy boats, and cutting timber. Yet morale remained remarkably strong. Routine had become their greatest comfort. Each morning followed nearly the same pattern. The fire was stirred back to life. Breakfast was prepared. The boats were inspected. Clark checked the maps. Lewis packed away his journals and scientific instruments. Then, with steady determination, the expedition continued upstream. One cool morning, the river appeared unusually calm. A thin layer of mist floated just above the water, hiding the opposite bank almost completely. Even the birds seemed quieter than usual. York, William Clark's trusted companion, paused his work and looked across the silent water. "It feels different today," he quietly remarked. Several men nodded. No one could explain exactly why. The Missouri often had moods of its own. Sometimes it roared, sometimes it whispered. Today it seemed almost perfectly still. As the sun slowly climbed higher, the mist began to lift. The familiar landscape returned. Rolling bluffs, tall prairie grass, scattered cottonwood trees, everything appeared normal once again. The men laughed at themselves for letting silence stir their imaginations. By midday, they reached a narrow side channel that curved away from the main river. Its water looked unusually dark, reflecting the sky like polished glass. Clark studied the current carefully. "It isn't on the map," he observed. Lewis stepped ashore with his compass. The channel seemed deep enough for a canoe, yet strangely peaceful. No driftwood floated downstream. No ripples disturbed the surface. One of the interpreters quietly mentioned that a nearby native village rarely used this waterway. When asked why, he simply shrugged. "They say the river belongs to memory." Lewis smiled politely. He had heard similar expressions before. Native stories often described landscapes as living places, filled with meaning that outsiders could easily overlook. Rather than dismissing such traditions, Lewis had learned to listen carefully. Many legends contain practical wisdom hidden beneath poetic language: flood zones, dangerous currents, seasonal hazards, sacred places. History and storytelling often walked together. The Corps decided to remain on the main Missouri. There was no reason to explore every unexplained channel. Their mission was already difficult enough. That evening, camp was established beneath towering cottonwoods. The weather remained calm. A pot of buffalo stew simmered slowly over the fire. Several men repaired clothing while others cleaned their rifles. Clark spread fresh maps across a wooden crate, carefully updating the day's progress. Lewis sat nearby writing in his journal. He described the weather, the wildlife, the river's course, the condition of the men. His handwriting remained neat despite months of travel. Suddenly, one of the younger soldiers looked toward the river. Did anyone hear that? The camp grew quiet for several seconds. Nothing. Then came the sound again, a faint splash, as though a paddle had entered the water somewhere beyond the darkness. Everyone listened. The river soon returned to silence. Clark calmly stood and walked toward the shoreline. Moonlight reflected softly across the slow-moving current. No canoe, no animals, no movement. Only the peaceful Missouri flowing beneath the stars. It was probably a beaver, Clark finally said. The explanation satisfied most of the men. Life on the frontier often produced unfamiliar sounds. Yet Lewis remained thoughtful, not frightened, simply curious. His journal entry for that evening ended with an unusually brief sentence. The night proved remarkably still. Nothing more. The following morning brought unexpected visitors. A small group of native hunters approached the camp peacefully. Trade began almost immediately. Dried meat was exchanged for knives, cloth, and tobacco. Conversation flowed through interpreters. Before leaving, one elderly hunter pointed west toward the distant horizon. "There are many rivers," he said softly. "Some carry water." He paused. "And some carry stories." Lewis thanked him respectfully. The hunter smiled, then disappeared into the prairie with the others. For the rest of the day, the words lingered quietly in Lewis's thoughts. As the Corps continued westward, the Missouri grew wider. The current became stronger. Unknown mountains waited somewhere far ahead. The map still contained vast empty spaces, and beyond those blank places, the quiet mystery of the so-called Ghost River seemed to drift beside them, never fully seen, never fully forgotten, like a story carried gently through the American wilderness on the evening wind. End of Part 3. Part 4, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The first frost arrived before sunrise. A silver layer covered the prairie, sparkling softly beneath the pale morning light. Every blade of grass seemed wrapped in delicate crystals, and the Missouri River released gentle ribbons of mist into the cool autumn air. The Corps of Discovery awoke quietly. No one complained about the cold. After months on the trail, changing seasons had become another companion. Breakfast was simple. Buffalo meat warmed over the fire. Fresh water from the river. A small ration of cornmeal. Before long, the expedition was moving once again. The heavy keelboat creaked as the men pushed steadily against the powerful current. Some walked along the muddy shoreline, leaning into thick ropes attached to the vessel. Others guided the boat with long poles. Progress remained slow, yet every mile carried them farther into the unknown. Lewis noticed how dramatically the landscape had begun to change. The endless prairie was gradually giving way to rugged hills. Cottonwood trees became less common. Rocky cliffs occasionally rose above the riverbanks. The Missouri itself grew narrower in places, forcing the current into faster channels. Wildlife also shifted with the season. Large flocks of Canada geese filled the skies, flying south in graceful formations. Elk appeared more frequently along wooded valleys. Bighorn sheep stood high on distant cliffs, watching the strange travelers below. Lewis carefully recorded each observation. To him, every animal represented another piece of America's natural history. One afternoon, the expedition encountered an unusually dense fog. It rolled across the river without warning. Within minutes, both shores disappeared. The world became entirely white. The men could barely see the length of their own boat. Clark ordered everyone to slow their pace. No one wished to strike hidden rocks or fallen trees. The only sound came from dripping water and the steady splash of wooden poles against the riverbed. Time seemed strangely suspended. Voices became softer. Even laughter faded. For nearly an hour, the Corps drifted through the silent mist. Then, almost as suddenly as it had appeared, the fog lifted. Sunlight poured across the valley once again. The familiar landscape returned. The men smiled with relief. Yet one detail puzzled Clark. According to his calculations, they seemed farther upstream than expected. The distance covered during the fog appeared greater than it should have been. He quietly checked his compass. Then his map. Everything seemed correct. Perhaps the current had simply been stronger than usual. He made no further mention of it. That evening, the Corps established camp beside a high bluff overlooking the river. From its summit, Lewis could see miles of untouched wilderness stretching in every direction. No smoke from distant settlements. No roads. No farms. Only forests, rivers, and endless sky. As darkness settled across the valley, the stars emerged one by one. Without modern lights, the heavens appeared almost unimaginably bright. The Milky Way stretched overhead like a glowing river of its own. Lewis often used these stars to confirm their position. Astronomy was among the expedition's most valuable tools. One of the younger soldiers asked him whether people could ever become lost beneath such a clear sky. Lewis smiled gently. Only if they stopped paying attention. The answer lingered around the campfire. Attention, observation, patience. Those qualities had carried the expedition safely through countless challenges. Later that night, while most of the Corps slept, Lewis remained awake to complete his journal. The campfire crackled softly beside him. The river flowed quietly below the bluff. As he wrote, he noticed something unusual. Across the water, on the opposite ridge, a single light appeared. Small, steady, almost like another campfire. Lewis watched for several minutes. It neither grew brighter nor disappeared. Perhaps it belonged to distant hunters. Perhaps another native camp rested beyond the ridge. Nothing about the sight seemed threatening. Still, when dawn arrived, Lewis climbed the opposite hillside with two companions. They searched carefully. The ground showed no fresh footprints. No ashes. No burned wood. No sign that anyone had camped there recently. The hillside was completely undisturbed. Lewis quietly returned without offering an explanation. His journal simply noted, observed an uncertain light during the previous evening, found no evidence by morning. Nothing more. The expedition continued west. Ahead lay the villages of powerful nations, the towering Rocky Mountains, and hardships greater than anything they had yet experienced. But somewhere beyond the next bend, beyond the maps, beyond the stories carried by the river itself, the quiet mystery of the Ghost River continued to follow them, never demanding belief, only inviting curiosity. And in the peaceful silence of the American frontier, that mystery felt perfectly at home. Part 5: The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. By early October of 1804, the air carried the unmistakable scent of approaching winter. The mornings were colder now. Thin sheets of ice sometimes formed along the quiet edges of the Missouri River before the rising sun slowly melted them away. The Corps of Discovery had traveled for nearly 5 months. What had once felt like an expedition now felt like a way of life. Each man knew his responsibilities without needing instructions. Before sunrise, the hunters quietly gathered their rifles. The blacksmith inspected tool that had endured thousands of miles of hard use. Clark unfolded his maps. Lewis checked the delicate scientific instruments that had somehow survived storms, mud, and rough travel. The boats were loaded with practiced precision. Every pound mattered. Nothing could be wasted. The farther west they traveled, the more valuable every supply became. One crisp morning, The expedition rounded a broad bend in the Missouri and paused in quiet amazement. Before them stretched one of the largest buffalo herds they had ever witnessed. Thousands upon thousands of American bison covered the prairie. From a distance, they looked almost like dark waves moving across an endless sea of golden grass. The earth itself seemed alive. Lewis later wrote that no painting could truly capture such a sight. The men watched silently. Only after several minutes did Clark quietly say, "Imagine what this country must have looked like centuries ago." No one answered. There was nothing to add. The landscape spoke for itself. Later that afternoon, the Corps encountered several hunters from a nearby native village. The meeting was peaceful. Food was exchanged. Smiles crossed unfamiliar languages. Through interpreters, Lewis asked about the country farther west. The hunters described broad rivers, great plains, snow-covered mountains, and villages connected by generations of trade. Then one elderly hunter drew a long, winding line in the sand. He pointed toward the Missouri. "This river carries people." Next, he traced another smaller line that curved north before fading into nothing. "But that river carries memories." Lewis looked carefully at the drawing. "Does it have a name?" The old hunter smiled. "Not in your language." He gently erased the drawing with his hand before anyone could copy it. The conversation moved on. Yet Lewis found himself thinking about the vanished line long after the meeting had ended. As always, he made only brief notes. He understood that not every story translated easily between cultures. Some meanings belonged to the people who had guarded them for countless generations. Several evenings later, heavy clouds gathered once again over the northern plains. This storm was different. Instead of violent rain, it brought an unusually strong wind. The prairie grass bent like waves beneath its steady force. Cottonwood leaves spiraled through the air. The Missouri River developed countless small ripples that shimmered beneath the gray sky. Camp was established early. The men secured the boats carefully against the rising current. After supper, everyone gathered around the fire. Stories filled the evening. Some remembered family members back east. Others joked about the endless mosquitoes of summer. One man wondered aloud how long it might take before another expedition followed their route. Clark smiled. "If we finish our maps properly," he replied, "they'll have a much easier journey." Lewis nodded. That had always been one of their greatest goals. Not simply to travel west, but to leave behind knowledge. Reliable maps, careful observations, scientific records, a path that others could understand. Long after most of the camp had fallen asleep, Sergeant Patrick Gass quietly stepped away from the fire. He intended only to collect more wood. As he reached the riverbank, he paused. The water reflected the moon so perfectly that the river appeared almost motionless. For a brief moment, he thought he saw another shoreline mirrored within the reflection. Not a reflection of the bank before him, but of distant cliffs that did not seem to exist. He blinked. A breeze disturbed the surface. The image disappeared. When he returned to camp, he mentioned nothing. Perhaps he had simply grown tired after months of travel. Fatigue often played tricks on the eyes. The next morning, life continued exactly as before. Boats were loaded. Breakfast fires were extinguished. The Corps resumed its steady climb against the Missouri. No one realized they were approaching one of the most important encounters of the entire expedition. Far ahead lay the villages of the Mandan and Hidatsa nations. There, the explorers would spend the coming winter. There, they would meet new friends. And there, they would also meet a young Shoshone woman whose knowledge would forever change the course of American history. But for now, the Missouri flowed quietly beneath the pale autumn sky. And somewhere beyond its countless bends, the whispered legend of the Ghost River continued to drift beside the expedition, never demanding proof, only patience from those willing to listen. Part 6, The Ghost River, The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition. By late October of 1804, winter could no longer be ignored. Each sunrise arrived later than the one before. The prairie, once filled with green and gold, had faded into soft shades of brown beneath an enormous pale blue sky. A sharp northern wind swept across the open country, carrying the promise of snow. The Corps of Discovery understood that continuing through a northern winter would be extremely dangerous. The Missouri River itself would soon begin to freeze. Their goal was now clear: reach the villages of the Mandan and Hidatsa nations before the season closed around them. Fortunately, they did. As the expedition approached the villages, smoke from dozens of earth lodges rose gently into the cold air. Children played outside despite the chilly weather, while hunters returned with sleds carrying fresh bison meat. The arrival of the American explorers drew understandable curiosity. Yet the meeting was peaceful. For generations, the Mandan and Hidatsa had welcomed traders from many different nations. New visitors were unusual, but they were not entirely unexpected. Lewis and Clark quickly realized something important. These communities possessed remarkable knowledge of the surrounding country. Trade routes stretched hundreds of miles. Information traveled almost as quickly as people. The explorers listened carefully. Every conversation offered another piece of the vast Western puzzle. After discussing the coming winter with village leaders, Lewis and Clark decided to remain there until spring. The decision almost certainly saved the expedition. Construction of a winter fort began immediately. Trees were cut along the river. Heavy logs were shaped into strong walls. Cabins slowly took form around a central courtyard. The new home became known as Fort Mandan. For the first time in many months, the Corps would sleep beneath solid roofs instead of canvas tents. The change lifted everyone's spirits. Winter life settled into a steady rhythm. Some men repaired boots and clothing. Others cleaned rifles or repaired damaged tools. The blacksmith worked almost daily. Lewis organized his scientific notes. Clark carefully redrew maps while comparing observations collected during the long journey upstream. Although travel had paused, the expedition's work continued every day. The long evenings became opportunities for learning. Members of the Corps exchanged stories with native families through interpreters. They learned about hunting traditions, local plants, weather patterns, and distant mountain ranges far beyond the horizon. Many of these conversations would later prove just as valuable as the miles already traveled. One snowy evening, an elderly Mandan storyteller visited Fort Mandan. The fire burned brightly inside one of the cabins while snow quietly drifted outside. The old man spoke calmly, never raising his voice. He described rivers that crossed the plains, ancient migrations, changing seasons, and how every generation inherited stories alongside the land itself. Eventually, he mentioned a place that caused several younger listeners to become unusually quiet. "There is a river," he said. "It appears on no map." The interpreter paused before continuing. "It is not hidden because people cannot find it." He looked toward the doorway, where snowflakes drifted through the darkness. "It is hidden because most travelers never notice it." Lewis leaned forward with interest. "Where is this river?" The old man smiled warmly. "If I answered that, you would search with your eyes." He gently tapped his chest. "Our elders teach that some journeys begin somewhere else." The room remained silent. No one argued. No one laughed. The conversation gradually shifted toward ordinary subjects once again. Later that evening, Lewis opened his journal. He considered writing every detail of the discussion. Instead, he recorded only a brief observation. He spoke of certain rivers known chiefly through tradition rather than geography. Nothing more. Lewis respected the difference between careful observation and speculation. His journal rarely treated stories as proven facts. Instead, he preserved them as cultural knowledge worthy of respect. During the winter months, another important visitor arrived at Fort Mandan. A French-Canadian trader named Toussaint Charbonneau sought employment with the expedition. Traveling with him was his young Shoshone wife, Sacagawea, who was expecting her first child. Lewis and Clark quickly recognized how valuable Sacagawea's language skills and knowledge of Western lands might become. Although she was only a teenager, her presence would soon help shape the success of the entire expedition. For now, however, winter held everyone in place. Outside the fort, snow covered the plains in quiet silence. The Missouri River slowly disappeared beneath thick ice. The rushing current that had carried them west for months became almost completely still. Some evenings, Lewis stood alone along the frozen riverbank. The stars reflected faintly across patches of clear ice. Everything seemed peaceful. Yet the quiet stories shared around the winter fires remained with him. Stories of forgotten waterways, of places remembered through generations instead of maps. The ghost river had still never been found. Perhaps it never would be. Or perhaps, Lewis quietly wondered, the greatest discoveries were not always measured in miles, but in understanding. And as winter settled over Fort Mandan, the core of discovery prepared for a new chapter. When spring finally arrived, they would leave the safety of the fort behind and journey toward the towering Rocky Mountains, where even greater challenges and even deeper mysteries awaited. Part 7, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. Winter passed slowly at Fort Mandan. The days remained short, and the northern wind often swept across the frozen plains with a quiet, steady strength. Snow covered the earth lodges of the Mandan and Hidatsa villages, blending them into the white landscape like gentle hills. Inside the fort, however, life remained busy. The core of discovery refused to waste the season. Lewis carefully organized months of scientific observations. Every preserved plant specimen was checked again. Animal descriptions were rewritten with greater detail. Measurements of rivers, distances, and elevations were compared for accuracy. Clark worked patiently beside him. Large sheets of paper gradually transformed into some of the most accurate maps North America had ever seen. Neither man knew it then, but future explorers, settlers, traders, and historians would rely upon those maps for generations. One quiet February morning, excitement spread through Fort Mandan. Sacagawea gave birth to a healthy baby boy. The child was named Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau. His arrival filled the fort with optimism. Lewis admired how calmly Sacagawea recovered, despite the harsh winter conditions. Few could have imagined that a young mother carrying an infant would soon travel thousands of miles through some of the most demanding landscapes on the continent. Yet history would remember her courage. As winter slowly loosened its grip, the Missouri River began to change. The thick ice that had covered the water for months developed long cracks beneath the warming sun. During the day, faint echoes drifted across the valley as enormous sheets of ice shifted against one another. Spring was approaching. Preparation filled every corner of the fort. Food was carefully packed. Weapons were cleaned. Boats damaged during the first season were repaired or replaced. Trade goods were organized. scientific instrument received one final inspection. Nothing could be forgotten. Beyond Fort Mandan stretched a world even less familiar than the country they had already crossed. On the evening before departure, Lewis accepted an invitation to visit one final gathering inside a Mandan lodge. The atmosphere was peaceful. Families sat around a glowing fire while an elderly storyteller spoke to children and visitors alike. His stories were not meant to frighten. They were meant to teach. He spoke about rivers that changed their courses over centuries, about forests that slowly disappeared, about animals following ancient migration paths. Then, almost casually, he returned to a familiar theme. "Every river has two journeys," he said. "The one your canoe follows." He paused, watching the fire. "And the one carried inside memory." Lewis listened without interrupting. The old man smiled. When strangers make maps, they usually draw only the first. No one responded immediately. The only sound came from the gentle crackling of burning cottonwood logs. Later that night, Lewis walked back toward Fort Mandan beneath an unusually brilliant sky. The northern lights shimmered faintly above the horizon, their pale green curtains moving almost silently across the heavens. Even after months on the frontier, the sight remained breathtaking. He wondered how many generations had stood beneath those same lights long before European explorers ever reached the Missouri. History, he realized, did not begin when Americans arrived. It stretched back thousands of years. The expedition was entering a land already rich with knowledge, traditions, and stories. The following morning, April 7, 1805, arrived bright and calm. Winter had finally released its hold. The Missouri once again flowed freely. After heartfelt farewells to their Mandan and Hidatsa hosts, the Corps of Discovery pushed away from Fort Mandan. The expedition looked different now. The large keelboat that had served them faithfully was sent back east carrying journals, maps, scientific specimens, and reports for President Thomas Jefferson. Only the smaller boats continued west. Travel would become even more demanding from this point forward. The current grew faster, the river narrower, the country wilder. Among the travelers now sat Sacagawea, gently holding her infant son as the boats moved steadily upstream. Her quiet confidence reassured many members of the Corps. Several native nations recognized that a group traveling with a woman and a baby was unlikely to be preparing for war. Her presence became a silent symbol of peaceful intentions. As Fort Mandan disappeared behind them, Lewis looked back only once. Months of safety and preparation were now behind the expedition. Ahead lay unknown rivers, towering mountains, and landscapes that no member of the Corps had ever seen. The maps beyond this point became increasingly uncertain. Blank spaces once again filled the paper. And somewhere beyond those empty places, the quiet legend of the Ghost River seemed to drift westward with them, not as a destination, but as a reminder that even the finest maps could never capture every story carried by the land itself. End of Part 7. Part 8, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. Spring returned gently to the northern plains. The Missouri River, freed from its winter ice, flowed with renewed energy. Snowmelt from distant hills swelled the current, carrying branches, leaves, and driftwood downstream. Cottonwood trees began to show fresh green buds, and the prairie slowly awakened beneath the warming sun. For the Corps of Discovery, each day now demanded even greater determination. The river had become narrower. Its current was faster. Sandbars appeared without warning. Hidden rocks lurked beneath the muddy water. Some days the men advanced only a few miles despite working from sunrise until evening. They no longer complained. They had accepted that the Missouri decided the pace. Lewis continued his daily routine. Each morning, he measured the weather. He recorded the temperature. He noted the direction of the wind. He described new flowers appearing along the riverbanks. Even after nearly a year on the expedition, his curiosity had never faded. Clark remained equally devoted to his maps. Whenever the boat stopped, he climbed nearby hills to sketch the shape of the river valley. He measured distances with remarkable care. Small errors could become large problems for future travelers. Accuracy mattered. One quiet afternoon, Sacagawea suddenly pointed toward a hillside overlooking the river. She recognized familiar landmarks from her childhood. Years earlier, before being taken from her Shoshone homeland, she had traveled through parts of this region. Her memory surprised everyone. Without hesitation, she identified valleys, streams, and distant ridges that appeared almost identical to countless others. Clark smiled with admiration. There is no better guide than someone who truly knows the land. The journey continued. Wildlife remained astonishingly abundant. Grizzly bears occasionally appeared along the riverbanks, far larger and more powerful than the black bears most of the men had known back east. One enormous bear charged after several members of the Corps before finally turning away. The encounter reminded everyone that this wilderness demanded constant respect. Lewis carefully described the animal in his journal. It was unlike anything he had previously encountered. At night, campfires once again became the center of life. The men repaired moccasins, dried clothing, cooked fresh game, laughed quietly about the day's hardships. Sometimes Sacagawea softly sang lullabies while her infant son slept peacefully beside the fire. Those calm evenings offered rare moments of comfort in an otherwise demanding journey. One particularly clear night, the expedition camped beside a broad bend in the river. The moon rose slowly above the eastern horizon. Its reflection stretched across the calm water like polished silver. Lewis walked alone for a short distance along the shoreline. The silence felt almost complete. Then he noticed something curious. Along a narrow stretch of wet sand lay a line of footprints. They appeared fresh. Bare feet. Small, perhaps belonging to 2 or 3 people. The tracks followed the river for several yards, then simply ended. There was no sign that the travelers had turned back. No indication they had entered the water. No nearby camp. Lewis examined the area carefully. The soft mud should have preserved every step. Instead, the trail simply disappeared. By morning, a gentle breeze had erased nearly every trace. Lewis mentioned the discovery only briefly to Clark. Both men concluded that changing river conditions had probably altered the shoreline during the night. It was the most reasonable explanation. Still, Lewis quietly noted the observation in his journal without drawing any dramatic conclusions. The American frontier often produced mysteries that patience, not imagination, would eventually explain. As the weeks passed, the land itself began to change. The broad Missouri Valley slowly narrowed. Rocky bluffs rose higher. The distant outline of mountains occasionally appeared against the western sky. The Corps knew they were approaching one of the greatest natural barriers in North America. Beyond those mountains, entirely different rivers would eventually lead toward the Pacific Ocean. The true test of the expedition still lay ahead. Yet the quiet stories shared during the long winter at Fort Mandan had not been forgotten. Sometimes, while studying the twisting river, Lewis remembered the words of the Mandan elder. Every river has 2 journeys. One carried water. The other carried memory. As the Missouri wound steadily westward beneath the bright spring sky, the Corps of Discovery continued their remarkable voyage, carefully mapping the visible river while unknowingly traveling alongside another one that existed only in stories, tradition, and the quiet imagination of those willing to listen. End of Part 8. Part 9, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. By the middle of May, 1805, the world around the core of Discovery seemed to grow larger with every passing day. The Missouri River no longer wandered lazily across broad prairies. Instead, it pushed through dramatic country where towering sandstone cliffs overlooked the water like ancient watchmen. White cliffs gleamed beneath the afternoon sun, reflecting so brightly that several men shaded their eyes while steering the canoes. Lewis paused often to admire the remarkable scenery. In one journal entry, he described the formations as if nature itself had carefully carved an enormous city from stone. Millions of years of wind, water, and time had shaped these cliffs long before any human map existed. To Lewis, they were more than beautiful. They were another chapter in the Earth's history. Every layer of exposed rock seemed to tell a story stretching far beyond human memory. The core traveled slowly beneath those silent cliffs. Golden eagles circled overhead. Mountain bluebirds flashed brilliant colors against the pale stone. Bighorn sheep stood confidently upon impossible ledges, watching the strange visitors below without fear. Even experienced hunters paused simply to observe. This landscape felt different. Older, calmer, almost untouched. The expedition entered what Lewis would later call one of the most extraordinary places he had ever seen. Today, historians know this remarkable region as the White Cliffs of the Missouri. Morning after morning, new discoveries appeared. One day Lewis found unusual wildflowers, unlike anything he had recorded before. The next day Clark carefully measured steep canyon walls that seemed almost perfectly sculpted. Beavers continued building dams along quiet side streams. River otters played near the banks. Coyotes announced sunset, with distant calls echoing through the valleys. Although every day demanded exhausting labor, the men rarely lost their sense of wonder. One afternoon, while exploring ahead of the main party, Lewis climbed a high ridge overlooking the river valley. The view stretched for miles. Below him, the Missouri twisted gracefully through green cottonwood groves. Beyond the river lay endless rolling hills, fading into blue distance. He removed his notebook. Instead of writing immediately, he simply stood there. Sometimes observation required silence before words. After several minutes, he quietly wrote, "This country exceeds every expectation." Those few words captured emotion that pages of description could scarcely express. As the expedition continued west, the current became increasingly difficult. Large cottonwood trees occasionally blocked narrow channels. Sandbars shifted after every storm. Several times the men were forced to unload heavy supplies before dragging the boats across shallow stretches. Each crate weighed precious pounds. Scientific instruments, medicine, gunpowder, food, trade goods. Nothing could be abandoned. Even the smallest mistake might cost weeks of effort. One particularly warm evening, Clark noticed that several younger soldiers had become unusually quiet. They had been traveling for nearly a year. Letters from home were impossible. No one knew how families back east were doing. Births, deaths, harvests, celebrations. Life continued without them. The wilderness had become both their workplace and their entire world. Sensing their mood, Clark suggested an early supper. Fresh buffalo meat roasted over open flames. Someone played a simple melody on a small fiddle that had somehow survived the journey. Laughter slowly returned. Stories from Kentucky, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and the Ohio frontier drifted gently through the evening air. For a little while, the men almost forgot how far they were from home. Later that night, Sacagawea sat quietly beside the fire, holding little Jean Baptiste, who now watched the flickering flames with wide, curious eyes. Several members of the Corps smiled whenever the baby laughed. His cheerful presence reminded everyone that life continued even in the heart of the wilderness. Lewis often believed the child brought a peaceful feeling wherever the expedition traveled. Nearby, one of the older Mandan trade items, a finely decorated pipe, rested beside the fire. Its carved design reminded Lewis of the conversations he had shared during the winter. The stories of rivers, the stories of memory, the stories that belonged to the land itself. He realized something important. Every nation they had met viewed the landscape differently. For some, rivers were transportation. For others, they were sacred relatives. Some measured distance by miles. Others measured it by seasons. Neither understanding was wrong. They simply reflected different ways of seeing the same world. The following morning, the expedition resumed its steady climb upstream. Clouds drifted lazily across a brilliant blue sky. The air smelled of fresh cottonwood leaves and damp earth after overnight rain. As the boats rounded another bend, something unexpected appeared. The Missouri divided into two enormous branches. Both rivers looked powerful. Both seemed capable of being the true Missouri. The Corps stopped immediately. Lewis and Clark climbed separate hills to study the landscape. Their maps offered no answers. No previous American explorer had reached this point. Choosing the wrong river could waste weeks, perhaps even months. The decision might determine whether the expedition reached the Pacific before winter. For several hours, the officers carefully examined both waterways. Lewis studied the speed of the current. Clark compared the width of each channel. Hunters searched ahead for signs of the river's direction. Even experienced voyageurs disagreed. Some believed the northern branch appeared stronger. Others preferred the southern course. No one knew for certain. That evening, camp settled into unusual silence. Around the fire, conversation centered on only one subject. Which river should they follow? Somewhere among these branching waters lay the route west. And perhaps, hidden among countless unnamed streams, lived the quiet inspiration behind every story they had heard since leaving the settled world. Not a supernatural river, not a magical place, but the simple truth that North America still held countless landscapes unknown to outsiders. Places remembered by native nations for centuries, yet absent from every American map. Lewis closed his journal just before sleep. Tomorrow, they would begin solving one of the expedition's greatest geographical puzzles. The answer would shape the future of their journey. In the vast western wilderness, calm beneath a sky filled with stars, waited patiently for dawn. Part 10, The Ghost River. The Untold Truth of Lewis and Clark's Expedition. Dawn arrived quietly over the great fork of the river. A thin veil of mist drifted above both channels as the first rays of sunlight touched the pale sandstone cliffs. The water shimmered with soft shades of silver and blue, making each branch appear equally inviting. The Corps of Discovery remained unusually quiet. No one hurried to launch the boats. For the first time in many weeks, the entire expedition stood still, waiting for a decision that could determine the success or failure of everything they had accomplished. Lewis unfolded his journal. Clark spread his maps across a flat piece of driftwood. The two captains exchanged only a few words. Neither wished to make a careless choice. Ahead lay hundreds of miles of country that no American expedition had ever carefully documented. Behind them stretched nearly a year of difficult travel. Every mile mattered. Lewis proposed a careful solution. Instead of choosing immediately, the expedition would divide into smaller scouting parties. Each group would explore one branch of the river before returning with observations. It was a practical plan. Dangerous, certainly, but practical. The Corps agreed. That morning, Lewis selected several experienced hunters and quietly followed the northern branch on foot. Clark led another party toward the southern river. The remaining men stayed with the boats, preparing camp and protecting the valuable supplies. Lewis's route followed a narrow game trail through rolling hills covered with sagebrush and scattered pine. The air smelled fresh after a light overnight rain. Wildflowers covered the open meadows in shades of purple, yellow, and white. Pronghorn antelope watched from distant ridges before disappearing effortlessly into the landscape. Every few miles, Lewis climbed a hill to study the country ahead. His notebook quickly filled with observations. The northern river curved through broad valleys. Its current appeared steady but not especially swift. Several small streams joined it from the mountains. The land seemed fertile. Yet something troubled him. The farther he walked, the more the river appeared to bend northward rather than west. If that pattern continued, it might eventually lead far away from the Rocky Mountains. Meanwhile, Clark's party encountered very different terrain. The southern branch flowed with remarkable force. Its water remained colder and clearer. Large boulders lined the riverbanks. The valley gradually narrowed, pointing directly toward distant snow-covered peaks barely visible against the western horizon. Clark quietly smiled. His instincts suggested this might be the true Missouri. Still, instincts alone were not enough. By late afternoon, both scouting parties returned to camp. The men gathered around a small fire while Lewis and Clark compared their notes. No one interrupted. Lewis carefully described the northern branch. Clark explained what he had seen farther south. After nearly an hour of discussion, a slow agreement began to form. The southern river seemed more likely to continue toward the mountains. Lewis nodded thoughtfully. "It appears to carry the greater purpose," he finally said. Clark smiled. "Then perhaps tomorrow we follow it." The decision seemed settled. Yet that evening brought another conversation that Lewis would remember for many years. A small group of native hunters happened to pass near the expedition's camp while traveling between distant villages. The meeting was friendly. Food and tobacco were exchanged. One elderly hunter studied the map spread beside the fire. He gently touched the drawing of the two rivers. Then, through gestures and careful interpretation, he quietly explained something Lewis found deeply meaningful. "Your map asks only one question." Lewis looked up. The old man continued, "Which river reaches the mountains?" He nodded toward the surrounding land. "Our people ask another." Lewis waited patiently. "Which river teaches you how to travel?" The words lingered in the evening air. For several moments, no one spoke. The hunter smiled kindly before continuing his journey beneath the fading sunset. Lewis watched him disappear across the prairie. Later, while writing in his journal, he reflected on how differently cultures sometimes approach the same landscape. For the core of discovery, rivers were routes to be measured. For many native nations, rivers were living histories, carrying lessons from one generation to the next. Neither understanding erased the other. Together, they revealed a fuller picture of the American frontier. Before sleeping, Lewis walked alone to the water's edge. The southern branch flowed swiftly beneath the moonlight. Somewhere beyond those distant mountains lay the Columbia River. Beyond the Columbia waited the Pacific Ocean. The dream that President Jefferson had imagined years earlier suddenly felt just a little closer. Yet Lewis also realized something else. The true success of the expedition would not simply be reaching the Pacific. It would be returning with knowledge, with respect, with maps that reflected not only rivers and mountains, but an appreciation for the people who had understood these landscapes long before the core of discovery ever arrived. The campfire slowly faded into glowing embers. The stars turned silently overhead. And as the Missouri continued its timeless journey through the quiet wilderness, the legend of the Ghost River seemed to become clearer. Perhaps it had never referred to a hidden stream at all. Perhaps it was the unseen current of memory that flowed beside every real river, carrying stories, wisdom, and generations of experience that could never be fully captured by ink on a map. With that quiet thought, Lewis closed his journal. Tomorrow, the expedition would continue toward the Rocky Mountains, where the greatest trials of their remarkable journey still awaited. Part 11, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The morning sun rose gently over the Great Falls country. The core of Discovery packed their camp in quiet confidence, believing they had correctly chosen the southern branch of the Missouri River. The decision had been difficult, but every observation pointed in the same direction. The river grew faster. The valley narrowed, and the distant Rocky Mountains seemed a little closer each day. For nearly a week, the expedition made steady progress. The air felt noticeably cooler. Cottonwood forests became less frequent, replaced by scattered pines clinging to rocky hillsides. The songs of meadowlark slowly gave way to the cries of hawks soaring above steep cliffs. Every mile reminded the explorers that they were leaving the vast plains behind. Lewis continued his scientific work without interruption. Nearly every afternoon, he wandered beyond camp to collect unfamiliar plants. Some carried tiny blue blossoms. Others released pleasant fragrances when their leaves were gently crushed. He carefully pressed each specimen between sheets of paper. Back east, many of these species were completely unknown to American science. Clark, meanwhile, devoted himself to the river. He carefully measured every bend, every tributary, every prominent hill. His maps had become remarkably detailed. Many future travelers would rely on them for decades. The Corps often joked that Clark could remember every curve of the Missouri better than the river itself. One warm afternoon, while scouting ahead alone, Lewis climbed a limestone ridge overlooking the valley. The climb was difficult, but the view rewarded every step. Stretching far below lay a landscape untouched by roads, fences, or towns. The Missouri shimmered like a silver ribbon beneath the afternoon sun. Buffalo herds wandered peacefully across the distant prairie. Small groups of elk grazed near patches of willow trees. Far beyond them, the Rocky Mountains rose like blue shadows against the western horizon. Lewis remained there for several quiet minutes. He imagined how ancient this country truly was. Long before European ships crossed the Atlantic. Long before colonies appeared along the eastern coast. Countless generations had already traveled these valleys. They had hunted here, raised families, shared stories around evening fires, learned every changing season. The expedition was not discovering an empty wilderness. It was carefully learning from a land already rich with history. That evening, the Corps camped beside a wide gravel bar. Fresh trout caught from the river became supper. The mood around the fire was relaxed. Patrick Gass repaired a damaged paddle. York entertained several younger soldiers with humorous stories from earlier in the journey. Sacagawea smiled quietly, while little Jean-Baptiste reached toward the dancing flames from the safety of his mother's arms. His laughter filled the camp. Even after months of hardship, the simple sound lifted everyone's spirits. Later, after darkness settled over the valley, Lewis sat beside Clark reviewing the latest maps. They compared compass bearings, estimated distances, mountain positions. Everything appeared encouraging. Then Clark unfolded a weathered trading map that had been given to them months earlier by native travelers. Unlike their own careful charts, this map contained very few measurements. Instead, it emphasized relationships between rivers, villages, mountain passes, and seasonal trails. Lewis studied it thoughtfully. "It doesn't measure the land," he quietly observed. Clark nodded. "It remembers it." Neither map was complete. One relied upon instruments. The other relied upon generations of lived experience. Together, they told a far richer story than either could alone. The following morning brought one of the expedition's most breathtaking discoveries. As Lewis walked ahead of the main party, he noticed something unusual in the air. A faint trembling, almost too subtle to recognize. At first he assumed it was distant thunder. Yet the sky remained perfectly clear. He stopped walking. The sound continued. Low, steady, almost like the earth itself was breathing. Curious, Lewis climbed another rise. The sound grew stronger. Soon it became impossible to mistake. Water, enormous quantities of moving water. He hurried forward. Then quite suddenly, the landscape opened before him. Far ahead, the Missouri River disappeared into a curtain of white spray. A magnificent waterfall thundered across the valley. Lewis stood completely still. The sight exceeded every expectation. Sunlight passed through the mist, forming brilliant rainbows that floated above the roaring water. The ground itself vibrated beneath his boots. For several long moments, he forgot his journal, forgot the expedition, forgot everything except the extraordinary power of the river. At last, he quietly whispered to himself, "So this is what the mountains have been hiding." When the rest of the corps arrived, silence spread among the men. No word seemed large enough. They had discovered the first of the great falls of the Missouri. What none of them yet realized was that this magnificent wonder also marked the beginning of one of the most exhausting chapters in the entire expedition. The river that had carried them west for over a year could no longer be followed by boat. Ahead waited steep cliffs, miles of rugged land, and a grueling portage that would test every ounce of their strength. As evening settled over the roaring falls, Lewis gazed into the endless spray drifting through the golden sunset. The ghost river, he thought, had always spoken softly. But here, the Missouri spoke with a voice powerful enough to shake the very ground beneath their feet. And beyond those roaring waters, the greatest adventure of the Corps of Discovery was only just beginning. Part 12, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The roar of the Great Falls never truly faded. Day and night, the thunder of rushing water echoed across the valley, rolling through the hills like distant storms. Even while the men slept, the sound remained, a constant reminder that the Missouri River had suddenly become an impossible road. For the first time since leaving St. Louis, the Corps of Discovery could no longer simply follow the river. They would have to carry everything. Every canoe, every rifle, every pound of food, every scientific instrument, every journal, everything. Lewis and Clark soon realized the challenge before them was far greater than they had imagined. The Great Falls were not a single waterfall. They were a series of powerful cascades stretching for miles. To continue west, the expedition would need to make a long portage around them. The distance was nearly 18 miles. On a smooth road, it would have been difficult. Across the rugged Montana prairie, beneath the hot summer sun, it became one of the hardest tasks of the entire expedition. The men immediately began preparing. Heavy wooden canoes were unloaded. Barrels of gunpowder were sealed against unexpected rain. Boxes containing Jefferson's scientific instruments were wrapped carefully in buffalo robes. Clark inspected every wheel on the crude wooden carts they had built to move supplies over land. Nothing about the carts inspired confidence. Their wheels were solid wood. Their axles groaned under even moderate weight. Yet they represented the Corps' best chance. Early the next morning, the first load began moving. Almost immediately, problems appeared. The prairie was far rougher than expected. Sharp stones cracked wooden wheels. Deep animal trails caught the carts without warning. Prickly pear cactus covered large sections of ground. The stiff spines pierced moccasins as though they were paper. By midday, nearly every man had painful thorns buried in his feet. Progress slowed to an exhausting crawl. The summer heat made every step more difficult. There was little shade. Only scattered shrubs broke the open landscape. The men pulled ropes across their shoulders, leaning forward with every ounce of strength. Sometimes 6 or 8 men strained together just to move a single loaded cart a few dozen yards. Then the wheels became stuck again. Still, no one suggested turning back. Every evening, after hours of relentless labor, the Corps gathered beside modest campfires. Their clothes were dusty. Their hands blistered. Their muscles sore beyond words. Yet conversation remained surprisingly calm. Someone usually found a reason to laugh. Someone always shared part of the day's hunting success. And Sacagawea continued caring for little Jean Baptiste with remarkable patience. Watching her quietly cross the same difficult ground, while carrying her infant, reminded many of the men that courage often appeared in gentle forms. Lewis spent part of each evening updating his journal. His entries described not only the physical hardships, but also the remarkable landscape surrounding them. The prairie bloomed with colorful wildflowers. Prairie dogs stood upright outside their burrows, watching the strange travelers with endless curiosity. Golden eagles soared overhead. Bands of bighorn sheep crossed distant ridges. Even during exhausting work, the natural beauty of the country never disappeared. One afternoon, while exploring slightly ahead of the portage route, Lewis noticed something unusual. A narrow stream flowed quietly through a shallow valley. Unlike the roaring Missouri, this water moved almost silently. Cottonwood trees leaned gently across its banks. Willows shaded clear pool where trout rested beneath the surface. The place felt peaceful, almost hidden. Lewis knelt beside the water and filled his cup. The stream tasted remarkably cold and pure. For several minutes, he remained there alone. No sound reached him except the quiet flow of the little creek and the breeze moving through the grass. It reminded him of something the Mandan elder had once said. Some rivers carry water. Others carry memory. Lewis smiled to himself. Perhaps the old man had never intended anyone to search for a mysterious hidden river. Perhaps he had simply hoped that travelers would notice places like this. Small places, quiet places, places easily overlooked by people in too great a hurry. Lewis made no dramatic entry in his journal. He simply recorded the location of the stream, its clear water, nearby vegetation, and surrounding wildlife. Observation remained more valuable than speculation. Several days later, Clark finally reached the end of the portage route with the first fully loaded canoe. The men cheered. Not loudly. They were too tired for that. But their smiles revealed genuine relief. One canoe down. Many more loads remained. The work continued for nearly a month. Every journey across the prairie felt slightly easier than the last. The men learned which paths avoided the worst cactus patches. They repaired broken wheels with remarkable ingenuity. They encouraged one another through quiet determination rather than dramatic speeches. Slowly, patiently, the impossible task became manageable. One evening, after another long day of hauling supplies, Lewis climbed a nearby hill overlooking both the Great Falls and the winding Missouri beyond them. The setting sun painted the water with shades of gold and copper. The roaring falls shimmered beneath the fading light. Far to the west, the river disappeared once more into unknown country. Lewis opened his journal. After several moments of quiet reflection, he wrote, "Nature often asks a price before revealing her greatest wonders." He closed the notebook. The stars were already beginning to appear overhead. Tomorrow, the journey would continue. The Rocky Mountains stood closer than ever before. Beyond them waited new rivers, new nations, and eventually the Pacific Ocean. The Ghost River remained unseen, yet its lesson had become clearer with every passing mile. Some discoveries were found not by chasing legends, but by paying careful attention to the quiet truth hidden within the real landscape. And under the vast Montana sky, with the steady roar of the Great Falls fading softly into the night, the core of discovery rested, knowing that their greatest climb still lay ahead. Part 13, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. By the middle of July, 1805, the long portage around the Great Falls was finally behind them. The core of discovery looked exhausted, but there was a quiet satisfaction in every face. Weeks of hauling heavy canoes, dragging wooden carts across rocky ground, repairing broken equipment, and carefully protecting every scientific journal had come to an end. For the first time in many days, the boats once again rested upon flowing water. The Missouri River welcomed them back. The current still resisted every stroke of the paddle, but compared with the endless labor across the prairie, floating, even against the current, felt almost effortless. Lewis stood silently near the bow of one canoe. The river before him looked different now. It had become narrower, clearer, vaster. The broad, muddy water that had carried them across the Great Plains was slowly transforming into a mountain river. Every mile whispered that the Rocky Mountains were drawing nearer. The landscape changed almost daily. Wide grasslands gradually gave way to rolling foothills. Cottonwood groves became less common. Pine trees appeared in scattered clusters. Cool evening breezes carried the fresh scent of evergreen forests from distant slopes. The air itself seemed cleaner, lighter. Even the stars looked sharper after sunset. One morning, before the rest of the expedition had awakened, Lewis quietly climbed a nearby ridge. He often enjoyed these peaceful moments alone, not because he wished to escape the company of his companions, but because solitude allowed him to observe the land without interruption. The first light of dawn spread slowly across the valleys below. Mist drifted above the river like pale ribbons. A herd of elk moved silently through a distant meadow. From somewhere high among the cliffs came the clear call of an eagle. Lewis removed his notebook. He could have filled several pages describing the beauty before him. Instead, he simply watched. Sometimes observation required patience more than words. After several minutes, he finally wrote, "The country grows more elevated each day, and with every rise, the horizon promises another beyond it." He closed the journal with quiet satisfaction. The Corps resumed its journey shortly after sunrise. As always, every member understood his responsibilities. Some paddled, others watched for hidden rocks. Hunters searched nearby hills for game. Clark constantly measured distances, checking compass bearings whenever the river changed direction. Sacagawea remained remarkably calm throughout the demanding travel. Little Jean-Baptiste had become something of a favorite among the men. Whenever the expedition paused, someone usually offered to entertain the cheerful child while his mother rested. His laughter often echoed across camp during the evening, reminding everyone that hope could travel even through the most remote wilderness. One afternoon, the expedition encountered an unusually peaceful valley. A small creek entered the Missouri from the south, its crystal-clear water contrasting beautifully with the larger river. Wildflowers covered the surrounding meadows. Blue camas blossoms stretched across the landscape like patches of sky resting upon the earth. Butterflies drifted lazily from flower to flower. Bees moved quietly among the blossoms. Lewis knelt to examine several unfamiliar plants. He carefully collected samples, pressed leaves between sheets of paper, recorded their colors, measured their height. To modern readers, such careful work might seem slow. But Lewis understood something essential. Great discoveries were often made through careful attention to ordinary details. Every flower, every bird, every stone, each belonged to the larger story of the continent. Later that day, the Corps met a small hunting party from a nearby native nation. The meeting remained peaceful. Through signs and shared words known by interpreters, they exchanged greetings and small gifts. One elderly hunter noticed Lewis carefully sketching a flowering plant. He smiled, then pointed first toward the flower, next toward the surrounding mountains, finally toward the sky. Lewis looked slightly puzzled. The interpreter quietly explained, "He says everything belongs together." Lewis nodded respectfully. The old hunter continued, "If you understand only one thing." He gently touched the flower again. "You understand very little." The conversation stayed with Lewis long after the hunters continued their journey. Science often divided nature into categories: plants, animals, rivers, mountains. Yet many native traditions viewed the landscape as a single living relationship. Neither perspective excluded the other. Together they offered a richer understanding. That evening, after camp had been established beside a grove of pines, Clark unfolded the newest section of his map. The river twisted through narrow valleys before disappearing beneath hand-drawn mountains. Beyond that point, blank paper. Lewis studied the empty space quietly. There remained no reliable American map of the country ahead. Everything beyond those mountains depended upon observation. Sacagawea sat nearby, gently rocking Jean-Baptiste to sleep. Occasionally she glanced toward the western horizon. Although years had passed since her childhood, something about these valleys seemed familiar. Perhaps memory recognized details that maps could never preserve. Near midnight, Lewis awoke unexpectedly. The camp remained silent. Only the river and the distant wind disturbed the darkness. Unable to return immediately to sleep, he stepped away from the tents and walked toward the shoreline. The moon hung low above the mountains. Its reflection shimmered softly across the water. Nearby, an owl called from deep within the trees. Lewis stood quietly. The longer he watched the river, the more he understood why so many stories had grown around it. At night, every current seemed mysterious. Every shadow appeared ancient. The Missouri had carried countless generations before the core of discovery ever arrived. Native hunters, families, traders, children, elders, each had looked upon these same stars. Each had heard this same flowing water. History did not belong to one nation. It belonged to everyone who had traveled these valleys across thousands of years. The next morning, the expedition entered increasingly rugged country. Steep cliffs rose on either side. The current accelerated. Several times the men were forced to leave the boats and pull them upstream using ropes once again. The work became exhausting, yet the scenery rewarded every effort. Waterfalls spilled down distant mountainsides. Mountain goats appeared upon rocky ledges. Fresh snow still rested upon the highest peaks, despite the warmth of summer below. Lewis smiled. The mountains no longer looked distant. They had finally arrived. And somewhere beyond those towering ridges, beyond rivers yet unnamed upon American maps, the Columbia River awaited. The Pacific Ocean waited beyond that. But the Ghost River, the quiet river carried through memory rather than ink, seemed closer than ever. Not because Lewis expected to find it, but because he had begun to understand that every landscape held two histories. One could be measured with compass and sextant. The other lived within the people who called the land home. As the core of Discovery paddled steadily west beneath the endless Montana sky, both histories flowed together, like two quiet currents joining the same timeless river. End of Part 13. Part 14, The Ghost River, the untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The farther west the core of Discovery traveled, the more the Missouri River seemed to transform before their eyes. The broad, slow-moving waterway that had carried them across the Great Plains had become a determined mountain river. Its current rushed over rounded stones, weaving through narrow valleys where steep hills rose on either side. The water was colder now, fed by melting snow from peaks that grew larger with each passing day. Every sunrise revealed another change in the landscape. The air carried the scent of pine and fir instead of open prairie. Aspen leaves trembled in the morning breeze, producing a gentle sound that reminded several of the men of distant rain. Small streams poured down rocky slopes, joining the Missouri with clear, icy water. Lewis welcomed every new discovery. His journals had grown thick with observations collected since leaving St. Louis more than a year earlier. Hundreds of plant species, countless animal sightings, weather records, river measurements, and sketches now filled the carefully protected notebooks. He often wondered whether President Jefferson would believe everything they had seen. There were moments when even the explorers themselves found the western continent almost impossible to imagine. One cool morning, Lewis walked ahead of the expedition while the others packed camp. A narrow trail climbed toward a rocky overlook. From the summit he paused. The rising sun illuminated the distant peaks in soft shades of pink and gold. Clouds drifted lazily around the highest ridges, hiding their summits before revealing them again a few moments later. For several minutes, Lewis forgot about maps, forgot about journals, forgot about the difficult miles still ahead. He simply watched. The mountains possessed a quiet dignity that demanded patience. Nothing about them appeared hurried. They had stood there for millions of years. The core of Discovery was merely passing through. When Lewis finally opened his notebook, he wrote only a single sentence. These mountains ask nothing from us except humility. Later that morning, the expedition encountered another challenge. The river divided into several shallow channels filled with large boulders. The canoes could no longer float safely. The men climbed into the cold water and slowly guided each boat by hand. The current pushed against their legs with surprising strength. Smooth stones beneath the water made every step uncertain. Several men slipped, laughing as icy water splashed over their clothing. No one was injured. Still, the work reminded everyone that every mile west now required greater effort. Sacagawea carefully watched the surrounding valleys. Occasionally, she recognized familiar plants from her childhood. She pointed out edible roots growing beneath patches of broad green leaves. The knowledge proved valuable. Fresh vegetables had become increasingly scarce, and the nutritious roots helped vary the expedition's meals. Lewis carefully recorded each plant, along with its native name whenever possible. He understood that knowledge itself was among the greatest discoveries of the expedition. Not all discoveries involved mountains or rivers. Some lived quietly within traditions, passed from one generation to the next. During the afternoon, dark clouds gathered above the peaks. Unlike the thunderstorms of the Great Plains, mountain weather changed with remarkable speed. A cool wind swept through the valley. Rain began gently. Within minutes, it turned into a steady shower. The Corps quickly covered their journals and instruments with oiled cloth. Firearms were carefully protected from moisture. The rain continued for nearly 2 hours. When it finally ended, sunlight broke through the clouds, creating brilliant rainbows stretching across the valley. Tiny drops of water clung to pine needles, sparkling like countless small crystals. The mountains appeared even more beautiful after the storm. That evening, camp was established beside a clear mountain stream. Fresh trout were caught for supper. The cool air encouraged everyone to gather close around the fire. Clark unfolded the latest section of his map once again. The route ahead remained uncertain. Only fragments of information gathered from native travelers offered clues about the country beyond the continental divide. One of the older voyageurs quietly asked Lewis a thoughtful question. "Captain, do you think anyone has ever truly known all these mountains?" Lewis smiled. "I doubt it." The man nodded toward the dark peaks surrounding them. "They seem endless." Lewis looked into the fire before answering. "Perhaps that is their greatest lesson." The conversation faded into comfortable silence. Some questions required no immediate answers. Later that night, while most of the camp slept peacefully, Lewis stepped outside his shelter. The sky above the mountains glittered with countless stars. Without the smoke of cities or the lights of settlements, the heavens appeared almost unimaginably clear. He found the North Star, then the familiar constellations that had guided travelers for centuries. Navigation by the stars had become second nature. Yet standing beneath those mountains, Lewis felt unusually small. Not insignificant, simply part of something much larger. The rivers, the forests, the animals, the people, the mountains themselves. Everything belonged to a landscape whose history stretched back far beyond written records. Perhaps that was what the elders had meant all along. The Ghost River was never a forgotten stream waiting to be discovered. It was the quiet current of memory flowing beside every real river. It lived in stories, in place names, in songs, in seasonal journeys, and in the respectful attention of those willing to listen. The following morning, the Corps resumed its steady climb toward the mountains. Fresh snow gleamed upon distant summits, despite the warmth of the valley below. Each bend in the river carried them higher. Each mile brought new challenges. Somewhere beyond those towering ridges waited the headwaters of the Missouri. Beyond them lay the continental divide. And on the far side of that immense backbone of North America, entirely different rivers flowed west toward the Pacific Ocean. The expedition had crossed countless miles to reach this moment. Their greatest test was now close enough to touch. The river that had guided them for so long was nearing its beginning. And as the Corps of Discovery paddled quietly into the narrowing valley, the steady voice of the Missouri seemed softer than ever, as though the great river itself was preparing to hand them over to the mountains. Part 15, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The Missouri River had become almost unrecognizable. Only a year earlier, It had stretched across the Great Plains as a broad ribbon of muddy water, carrying enormous floating trees and winding through endless grasslands. Now, in the late summer of 1805, the same river had narrowed into a swift mountain stream, flowing over smooth stones polished by centuries of snowmelt. The core of Discovery paddled in silence. There was little need for conversation. The mountains seemed to speak for themselves. Their peaks stood high above the valleys, some still covered with bright white snow despite the warmth below. Pine forests climbed the lower slopes, while rocky cliffs disappeared into drifting clouds. Each mile west required greater effort than the last. The current fought against every paddle stroke. Sometimes the men climbed into the icy water, pulling the canoes by rope around sharp bends where the stream rushed too quickly to navigate. The cold numbed their legs within minutes, yet no one complained. After 16 months of travel together, hardship had become familiar. The Corps had learned an important lesson. The wilderness could not be hurried. It rewarded patience far more often than strength. Lewis noticed how the wildlife had changed. The enormous buffalo herds of the plains had disappeared. Instead, mountain goats moved gracefully along distant ridges. Bighorn sheep balanced effortlessly on narrow ledges that seemed impossible to reach. Golden eagles circled silently above the valleys. Occasionally, the sharp whistle of a marmot echoed among the rocks. Everything felt quieter here, more deliberate. Even the wind seemed different. Rather than sweeping endlessly across open prairie, it whispered through pine branches and carried the cool scent of snow from unseen peaks. One afternoon, Lewis left the river to climb a narrow ridge overlooking the valley. The ascent was steep. Loose stones shifted beneath his boots. Several times he paused simply to catch his breath. When he finally reached the summit, the view stole every remaining thought from his mind. Behind him stretched the country they had crossed. Rolling plains faded into distant blue haze. Countless rivers wound across the landscape like silver threads. Ahead stood the Rocky Mountains, rising in endless layers toward the western horizon. Lewis remained perfectly still. He realized that he was standing between two worlds. To the east lay the familiar river systems flowing toward the Mississippi. To the west waited waters that would someday reach the Pacific Ocean. Few Americans had ever witnessed this transition. He carefully opened his journal. For several moments he searched for the right words. Finally he wrote, "The land itself teaches that every journey is made one valley at a time." Later that evening, the expedition camped beside a clear spring emerging from beneath a limestone cliff. The water was astonishingly cold. Fresh moss covered the surrounding rocks. Tiny wildflowers bloomed along the stream despite the thin mountain soil. Sacagawea smiled quietly as she examined the plants. Several looked familiar. She explained through Charbonneau that these valleys reminded her of places she had known as a child before being separated from her Shoshone family. Clark listened carefully. Her memories had become one of the expedition's most valuable guides. Without them, the route ahead would be far more uncertain. After supper, the camp settled into peaceful routine. Some men repaired moccasins worn thin by rocky trails. Others cleaned rifles or sharpened knives. York entertained little Jean Baptiste by carving a small wooden animal from a piece of pine. The child laughed happily as the tiny figure slowly took shape. Moments like these reminded everyone that life continued even in the most remote wilderness. Lewis often believed such quiet evenings would remain among his strongest memories long after the expedition ended. Not the storms, not the danger, but the calm, the shared work, the simple companionship beneath an open sky. As darkness settled over the valley, Clark spread his maps beside the fire. He traced the winding river with one finger. "There cannot be much farther," he said softly. Lewis nodded. "Headwaters must be close." Idea filled everyone with quiet excitement. For more than a year, they had followed the Missouri upstream. Soon they would reach its beginning. A river that had carried them nearly halfway across a continent would finally come to an end. The thought seemed almost impossible. How could something so vast begin as nothing more than a small mountain stream? The next morning brought cool air and brilliant sunshine. The Corps continued climbing. The river narrowed again. In places, it became little more than a clear ribbon flowing between grassy banks. The men could now hear birds singing more clearly than the sound of the current. Lewis smiled. "River is growing young," he quietly remarked. Near midday, Sacagawea suddenly stopped walking. She looked toward a distant mountain pass. For several long moments she said nothing. Then, with unmistakable emotion, she pointed west. Through Charbonneau's translation, her words reached the expedition. "Those mountains." She paused. "My people live." Camp grew silent. For Sacagawea, this journey was no longer simply an expedition. It had become a return toward the homeland she had lost years before. Lewis looked toward the distant pass. He understood what this moment meant. The success of the Corps of Discovery now depended more than ever upon friendship, trust, and the willingness of different cultures to help one another. Without the horses of the Shoshone, crossing the mountains would be nearly impossible. Without local knowledge, the wilderness beyond the continental divide remained an enormous mystery. As evening approached, the explorers reached a narrow valley where several small springs emerged quietly from beneath the earth. The Missouri had become so modest that one man could easily step across parts of it. Lewis knelt beside the clear water. He dipped his hand into the cool current. This tiny stream, gentle enough to cross in a single stride, would eventually grow into one of North America's greatest rivers. He found the thought deeply moving. Nearby, the water reflected the evening sky like polished glass. For a brief moment, Lewis remembered the words spoken many months earlier by the Mandan elder. Every river has two journeys. Standing beside the humble beginning of the Missouri, he finally believed he understood. One journey carried water from the mountains to the sea. The other carried memory, from one generation to the next. Neither could be measured by distance alone. As the last light faded behind the Rockies, the Corps of Discovery settled into another peaceful camp. Tomorrow, they would continue toward the continental divide. Beyond it lay unknown rivers flowing west. Beyond those rivers waited the Pacific Ocean. And somewhere within every quiet valley they crossed, the timeless current of the Ghost River continued to flow, unseen, yet always present in the stories of the land, and the people who had known it long before the first American maps were ever drawn. Part 16, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The first light of dawn arrived quietly over the Beaverhead Valley. A cool breeze drifted through the tall grass, carrying the scent of pine, sage, and distant snowfields. Tiny beads of dew rested on every wildflower, sparkling briefly before the rising sun warmed the earth. The Corps of Discovery awoke before sunrise. No one needed to be reminded of the importance of this day. For more than 16 months they had followed one river, one direction, one dream. Now that dream was approaching one of its most meaningful moments. The Missouri River had become little more than a lively mountain creek. Its clear water slipped gently around polished stones, quiet enough that the songs of nearby birds could be heard above its flow. Lewis knelt beside the stream before breakfast. He cupped the cold water in his hands and drank slowly. It tasted wonderfully fresh. He smiled. How remarkable, he thought, that one of the greatest rivers in North America could begin so modestly. Great things often had humble beginnings. After breakfast, the expedition packed their equipment with unusual care. The canoes had served faithfully across thousands of miles, but everyone knew their usefulness was nearly over. Ahead lay steep mountain passes where boats would become burdens rather than tools. The men checked every rifle, every rope, every pack. The scientific journals remained wrapped carefully in waterproof coverings. Lewis often reminded the Corps that the expedition carried two priceless treasures. The first was life itself. The second was knowledge. If the journals survived, future generations would understand what had been discovered here. The morning remained calm as the party continued westward. The valley gradually narrowed. Tall pines covered the hillsides. The stream twisted gently between grassy banks where colorful wildflowers still bloomed despite the approaching autumn. Blue camas, Indian paintbrush, purple asters, golden sunflowers, butterflies drifted quietly among them. Nature seemed completely at peace. Around midday, Lewis noticed fresh animal tracks beside the stream. He crouched to study them: elk, several deer, a fox, and the unmistakable prints of a grizzly bear. The tracks appeared only a few hours old. The Corps remained alert but continued calmly. The mountains belonged to these animals. The explorers were only passing through. By early afternoon, Sacagawea paused beside a cluster of familiar plants. She smiled softly. Through Charbonneau, she explained that women of her Shoshone community had gathered these roots every summer. The memory clearly meant more than simple food. It was part of childhood, part of family, part of home. Clark watched quietly. Over the past year, he had learned something that maps alone could never teach. Every valley carried memories. Every river held stories. Every mountain possessed names older than any written chart. The farther west they traveled, the more he understood that exploration did not erase existing history. It added another chapter to it. The expedition continued until late afternoon before reaching a narrow meadow surrounded by gentle hills. A tiny spring emerged from beneath a rocky slope. Its water trickled softly into the little creek they had been following all day. Lewis stopped. He looked carefully at the spring, then at the stream, then toward the distant east. He realized that this quiet hillside marked the beginning of an extraordinary journey. Water falling here would eventually travel nearly 2,500 miles before reaching the Mississippi River and at last, the Gulf of Mexico. He stood silently for several minutes. No grand speech seemed appropriate. Instead, he simply removed his hat. The men around him instinctively grew quiet. There was something deeply moving about standing at the birthplace of such a mighty river. Lewis opened his journal. His handwriting remained steady despite the emotion of the moment. Source of so noble a river is wonderfully modest, reminding every traveler that greatness often begins in silence. Clark walked slowly around the spring, carefully studying the surrounding landscape. His maps would forever identify this region as the upper reaches of the Missouri. Yet he also knew that long before their arrival, native nations had understood these waters perfectly. Their knowledge had guided countless generations through these mountains. The Corps merely recorded what others had already lived. As evening approached, camp was established nearby. The fire burned gently beneath towering pines. Fresh trout from the creek provided a simple supper. The mood around the camp felt peaceful. No loud celebrations, no dramatic declarations, only quiet satisfaction. Patrick Gass remarked that he had never imagined following a river until it became small enough to step across. Several men laughed warmly. York smiled and replied, "Seems the Missouri has been leading us home to the mountains all along." Lewis listened without speaking. The words carried unexpected wisdom. After supper, he wandered a short distance away from camp. The little spring continued flowing softly through the evening light. Nearby, a pair of mule deer drank calmly before disappearing into the forest. Everything felt perfectly balanced. The silence reminded him of another evening many months earlier beside the Missouri far below, when an elder had first spoken of rivers that carried memory. Lewis finally understood. The Ghost River had never been hidden somewhere beyond the next bend. It had been flowing beside them since the beginning. It lived within every conversation shared around campfires, every native guide who offered directions, every plant whose traditional use was patiently explained. Every place remembered through stories rather than measurements. Maps could trace the course of water, but only memory could trace the meaning of a place. As darkness settled across the valley, the stars slowly appeared above the Rocky Mountains. The Milky Way stretched from one horizon to the other, glowing like another great river flowing through the heavens. Lewis looked upward, then back toward the tiny spring. Tomorrow they would cross the Continental Divide. For the first time since leaving St. Louis, every river beyond the mountains would flow west instead of east. A new chapter of the expedition was about to begin. The Missouri had guided them faithfully to its source. Now another river system would take their place, and somewhere beyond the towering peaks, beyond forests untouched by American maps, beyond winding valleys known only to native nations, the waters of the Pacific waited patiently, just as they always had. Part 17. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition the morning of August 12, 1805, began with extraordinary stillness. A thin layer of frost rested upon the mountain grass, although summer had not yet completely disappeared. The sunrise painted the eastern sky with gentle shades of gold and pale orange, While the highest peaks of the Rocky Mountains glowed softly in the first light, the Corps of Discovery prepared for another day of climbing. The canoes had now been left behind. From this point forward, every mile would be traveled on foot. Each man carried a heavy pack containing clothing, ammunition, journals, scientific instruments, and the few personal belongings that had survived nearly 16 months in the wilderness. The trail climbed steadily toward the Continental Divide. Lewis walked near the front. The path was narrow. Loose stones shifted beneath every step. Tall pines gradually gave way to smaller evergreens, and eventually even the trees began to disappear. Only hardy alpine plants remained among the rocks. The air grew noticeably cooler. Breathing required more effort. Every conversation became shorter as the climb continued. Yet no one complained. The mountains demanded silence. After several hours, Lewis reached a gentle saddle between two ridges. He stopped. Before him stretched a landscape unlike anything he had ever seen. The eastern valleys slowly disappeared behind him. Beyond the pass lay another world, another watershed, another journey. He realized he had reached the Continental Divide. It was one of the defining moments of the expedition. Water falling on one side of the ridge would eventually reach the Atlantic Ocean through the Missouri and Mississippi rivers. Water falling on the opposite side would begin an entirely different journey toward the Pacific Ocean. Lewis stood quietly. No monument marked the place. No sign announced its importance. Only mountains, wind, sky, nature itself needed no introduction. Several members of the Corps soon joined him. Clark removed his hat. York smiled quietly as he looked across the endless western ranges. Sacagawea gazed toward the distant valleys with unmistakable emotion. Somewhere beyond those mountains lived the Shoshone people. Somewhere beyond them waited familiar voices she had not heard since childhood. For Lewis, however, another realization slowly emerged. Crossing the Continental Divide did not mean the difficult work was finished. In truth, the greatest challenge still lay ahead. The maps Jefferson had studied suggested that a navigable river might begin somewhere beyond these mountains. Many Americans had imagined a relatively easy water route connecting the Missouri to the Columbia. Standing upon the divide, Lewis searched carefully. He saw mountains, then more mountains, and beyond them, still more mountains. The hope for easy passage simply did not exist. Nature had written a different geography than many had imagined. Lewis quietly accepted the truth. The expedition would need horses. Without them, crossing these rugged ranges safely would be almost impossible. As the Corps descended the western slope, the landscape changed once again. Small streams flowed westward. Lewis paused beside one of them. He smiled gently. For the first time in his life, he was looking at water destined for the Pacific Ocean. The stream itself seemed ordinary, clear, cold, quiet. Yet its destination lay thousands of miles away in an entirely different ocean. The thought filled him with quiet wonder. During the afternoon, Sacagawea suddenly became unusually attentive. She recognized familiar landmarks, a distant ridge, the curve of a valley, certain clusters of pine trees. These places belonged to memories formed long before her capture years earlier. Her pace quickened. Hope replaced uncertainty. She believed they were approaching Shoshone territory. Late that afternoon, the expedition entered a broad alpine meadow. Wildflowers covered the open ground despite the rocky soil. Blue lupin, Indian paintbrush, yellow arnica, countless butterflies drifted lazily through the warm mountain air. Nearby, a small creek wound gently through the grass. The Corps established camp. Everyone appeared tired but hopeful. The crossing of the divide had renewed their determination. After supper, Lewis sat beside the small western flowing stream. Its gentle current reminded him of another evening beside the Missouri months before. He opened his journal. Instead of describing distances or elevations immediately, he reflected upon the journey itself. Today, we crossed from one great river system into another. Yet I cannot help believing that the true crossings of this expedition have occurred within ourselves. He paused before continuing. The farther we travel, the more we discover that every nation possesses knowledge earned through generations of careful observation. Maps reveal rivers, but people reveal landscapes. Lewis carefully closed the journal. The campfire crackled softly nearby. Someone quietly played a simple tune on a fiddle. Jean-Baptiste laughed as York gently bounced him upon one knee. The mountains echoed faintly with the peaceful sounds of evening life. Far above, countless stars slowly filled the darkening sky. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like another shining river. Lewis smiled. The Mandan elder's words returned once more. Every river has two journeys. Now he understood them more clearly than ever. One journey followed gravity, the other followed memory. One shaped valleys, the other shaped people. Perhaps that was the true ghost river, not hidden beneath the earth, not concealed by magic, but flowing quietly through every story passed from one generation to the next. Tomorrow, the Corps would continue searching for the Shoshone. Their success now depended upon friendship rather than exploration. Without horses, the Bitterroot Mountains ahead could become an almost impossible barrier. Yet beneath the calm western sky, surrounded by rivers flowing toward an ocean none of them had yet seen, hope remained stronger than fear. The Pacific was still far away, but for the first time, its waters were finally flowing beneath their feet. Part 18, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The western side of the Continental Divide felt different from everything the Corps of Discovery had experienced before. The air carried the fresh scent of evergreen forests mixed with cool mountain streams. The valleys were narrower, the peaks steeper, and every creek now flowed westward, beginning a long journey toward the Pacific Ocean. For Lewis, crossing the divide had been more than a geographical achievement. It marked the beginning of an entirely new chapter. The Missouri River, their faithful companion for more than 16 months, was now behind them. Ahead lay unfamiliar waters, unfamiliar nations, and mountains unlike any they had yet crossed. The expedition moved carefully through alpine meadows covered with late summer wildflowers. Bright purple lupins swayed gently in the breeze. Golden arnica bloomed among clusters of gray stone. Tiny hummingbirds darted between blossoms with astonishing speed. Lewis paused often to observe them. Even after traveling thousands of miles, the natural world continued to surprise him. One morning, while walking ahead of the main party, he noticed fresh tracks in the damp soil beside a narrow creek. They were horse tracks, not wild horses. These prints had been made by animals traveling together under human care. Lewis knelt quietly beside them. The edges remained sharp. They could not have been more than a day old. His heart lifted. The Shoshone could not be far away. He immediately returned to inform Clark. The news spread quietly through the Corps. Everyone understood its importance. Without horses, crossing the Bitterroot Mountains would be nearly impossible before winter. For several days, the expedition followed signs of recent travel. Small campfires, broken branches, freshly cut willow poles. The mountains no longer felt empty. People lived here. People who knew every valley, every stream, and every mountain pass. The Corps hoped those people would become friends. Sacagawea grew noticeably more attentive. Occasionally, she stopped to study distant ridges. Certain valleys seemed familiar. She recognized plants gathered during childhood. She remembered seasonal camps where families had once prepared food before moving into the high country. Each memory strengthened her belief that they were close. One peaceful afternoon, Lewis climbed a rocky overlook while the rest of the expedition rested below. The view stretched across an endless sea of mountains. Layer after layer faded into blue haze beneath the warm afternoon sun. No roads interrupted the forests. No fences crossed the valleys. Only rivers, trees, and sky. He removed his journal. Instead of measuring distances, he reflected upon the extraordinary privilege of witnessing such untouched country. Mountains possess their own manner of speaking, he wrote, through words but through patience. Those who hurry seldom hear them. He quietly closed the notebook. That evening, the Corps established camp beside a clear stream lined with tall lodgepole pines. The water flowed gently over smooth stones, creating a soothing rhythm that blended with the evening breeze. Fresh trout provided supper once again. The mood around the fire felt hopeful. Patrick Gass repaired several worn leather straps. York carefully polished a rifle. Clark compared compass readings with the latest map. Sacagawea softly sang to little Jean-Baptiste as the child slowly drifted to sleep beneath a buffalo robe. After darkness settled across the valley, an unexpected visitor appeared. A lone rider emerged quietly from the trees. He stopped well beyond the edge of the camp, observing the strangers with understandable caution. Immediately, Lewis instructed the men to remain calm. No rifles were raised. No one rushed forward. Peace had always been Jefferson's first instruction whenever possible. Sacagawea looked carefully toward the rider. Her expression changed. She spoke quickly to Charbonneau. The rider belonged to the Shoshone. For several quiet moments, neither side moved. Then Lewis slowly stepped forward, carrying only a small white cloth as a sign of peaceful intentions. The rider watched carefully. After a long pause, he approached. Communication proved difficult. Few shared words existed between them. Yet gestures often speak clearly. Lewis offered tobacco. The rider accepted. Small gifts followed. A knife, bright cloth beads. The tension slowly faded. Before leaving, the Shoshone rider pointed toward the southwest. Then he held up several fingers, indicating a journey of only a few days. He smiled, then disappeared silently into the forest. The camp remained quiet long after he had gone. Clark looked toward Lewis. I believe he understood. Lewis nodded. So do I. The meeting had lasted only minutes, yet it offered something priceless: hope. The following morning, the Corps resumed their journey with renewed determination. Every valley seemed filled with possibility. Every distant ridge might conceal the people they had traveled so far to meet. Lewis noticed how differently he now viewed the landscape. Earlier in the expedition, rivers had primarily represented routes. Now they also represented connections. Every stream linked communities. Every valley carried history. Every trail reflected generations of experience. He finally understood something that had slowly revealed itself throughout the journey. Exploration was not merely about reaching new places. It was about learning to see familiar ideas in entirely new ways. That afternoon, while following another westward-flowing creek, Lewis paused beside a quiet pool where the water reflected the surrounding pines like polished glass. The stillness reminded him of the mysterious ghost river stories told many months earlier beside the Missouri. He smiled gently. No hidden river had ever appeared. No forgotten waterway had suddenly emerged from the mountains. Instead, the legend had quietly transformed. The ghost river had become a symbol, a reminder that beneath every visible landscape flowed another current, one made not of water, but of memory, tradition, and shared knowledge. Lewis dipped his hand into the cool stream. The water continued west, toward rivers he had never seen, toward forests unknown to American maps, toward the distant Pacific Ocean. The Corps followed, slowly, patiently, one careful step at a time. And somewhere beyond the next valley, the long-awaited meeting with the Shoshone people was drawing near. A meeting that would shape the future of the expedition and determine whether the dream of reaching the Pacific could truly become reality. Part 19. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The morning air carried the unmistakable scent of autumn. Although the calendar still marked late summer, the higher elevations of the Rocky Mountains had already begun preparing for winter. The nights grew colder with each passing day, and thin layers of frost sometimes appeared on the grass before sunrise, disappearing only after the first warm rays of sunlight reached the valleys. The Corps of Discovery understood the quiet message carried by the changing season. Time was becoming precious. If they hoped to cross the Bitterroot Mountains before heavy snow arrived, they would need horses, and they would need them soon. Every member of the expedition sensed the growing urgency, yet no one allowed it to disturb the calm rhythm that had carried them safely for more than 16 months. The mountains could not be rushed. Lewis often reminded the men that careful decisions saved more time than hurried mistakes. As the expedition followed a narrow valley toward the southwest, Sacagawea became increasingly confident. She recognized bends in the streams. She pointed toward distant ridges where familiar trails crossed the mountains. Sometimes she quietly smiled without saying a word. Memories were returning one valley at a time. For the Corps, her confidence became a source of reassurance. If she recognized the land, they were truly approaching Shoshone country. The trail wound gently beside a sparkling creek whose water was so clear that every smooth stone beneath the surface could be counted from the bank. Tall lodgepole pines shaded much of the valley. while clusters of golden aspens trembled softly in the morning breeze. Their leaves produced a gentle whisper that accompanied the flowing water like distant music. Lewis paused frequently to observe the forest. Unlike the open prairies they had crossed months before, these mountains felt intimate. The trees stood closer together. The valleys held their silence more carefully. Every sound seemed softened by the surrounding wilderness. One afternoon, while examining fresh elk tracks, Lewis noticed another sign, smoke, very faint, rising beyond a low ridge several miles away. He stopped walking. Clark soon joined him. Together they watched the thin gray column drift upward into the still mountain air. It was almost certainly a campfire, not a wildfire. The smoke rose in a narrow, steady line, exactly as a carefully tended fire would. Lewis quietly lowered his spyglass. "We're close," Clark nodded. "No doubt now." Core continued carefully. There would be no sudden approach, no unnecessary display of force. Lewis instructed everyone to maintain peaceful conduct. Firearms remained available for protection, but no one carried a weapon in an aggressive manner. President Jefferson's instructions echoed in his memory. Treat native nations with fairness whenever possible, learn from them. Trade honestly. Build friendship rather than conflict. Late that afternoon, the expedition entered a broad meadow surrounded by gently rolling hills. Fresh horse tracks crossed the soft earth in every direction. The signs were unmistakable. This place had recently been used by a traveling band. Several willow poles remained where temporary shelters had stood only days before. Small cooking fires had left circles of white ash upon the ground. Children's footprints appeared beside the stream. Lewis quietly examined the campsite. Everything suggested an orderly departure. Nothing had been abandoned carelessly. The people who lived here knew these mountains intimately. Clark smiled. Been following maps for over a year. Lewis looked across the meadow. Been following seasons. Neither method seemed more impressive than the other. Each reflected a different understanding of the same land. As evening approached, the Corps established camp a respectful distance away. No one wished to disturb another community's territory without invitation. The campfire burned quietly beneath towering pines. Fresh venison roasted slowly, while the men discussed the remarkable journey that had brought them here. Patrick Gass reflected on how different the country had become since leaving the Mississippi watershed. York spoke about the endless variety of landscapes they had crossed: prairies, badlands, great rivers, waterfalls, mountain valleys. Each region possessed its own beauty. Lewis listened quietly. Then he unfolded one of Clark's newest maps. Large sections that had once been completely blank now contained rivers, campsites, mountain ranges, and carefully recorded observations. The transformation was extraordinary. Knowledge had slowly replaced uncertainty. Yet Lewis noticed something important. The map remained incomplete, not because Clark had failed, but because no map could fully describe a living landscape. It could show rivers, not memories. It could mark mountains, not traditions. It could record distances, not belonging. Perhaps that was why the stories of the Ghost River had remained so meaningful throughout the expedition. They reminded him that every landscape possessed dimensions beyond measurement. Later that night, Lewis walked alone beside the quiet creek. The stars reflected clearly upon its gentle surface. He remembered another quiet evening beside the Missouri many months earlier, when an elder had first spoken about rivers that carried memory. Now, after crossing nearly an entire continent, those words seemed simpler than ever. The Ghost River was never meant to be discovered. It was meant to be understood not as a place, but as a way of seeing. A traveler who measured only miles would never find it. A traveler who listened carefully might notice it everywhere. The following morning arrived bright and cool. Mist drifted lazily above the meadow. As the Corps prepared breakfast, movement appeared upon a distant hillside. Several riders. They paused briefly, watching. Then one slowly raised an arm in greeting. Lewis returned the gesture. No words crossed the valley, none were needed. After a few moments, the riders turned and disappeared among the pines. Sacagawea smiled. "They know we are here," she quietly explained through Charbonneau. Lewis nodded. And now, he looked toward the forest where the riders had vanished. "We wait." Sometimes the most important moments in history arrived not with battle or celebration, but with patience. The Corps of Discovery had traveled thousands of miles to reach this point. The next meeting could determine whether they would cross the Bitterroot Mountains before winter. And somewhere beyond those forested ridges, another chapter of one of America's greatest journeys was quietly preparing to begin. Part 20, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition morning arrived with a soft silver mist that floated gently above the valley. The camp was unusually quiet. Even before sunrise, the members of the Corps of Discovery sensed that something important was about to happen. The distant riders they had seen the previous evening had not been an illusion. Somewhere beyond the pine-covered hills, people were watching the strangers who had traveled so far from the eastern United States. Lewis stepped away from the campfire before breakfast. The cool mountain air carried the fragrance of damp earth, pine needles, and sage brushed by the night's dew. A small western-flowing creek slipped quietly over smooth stones, its steady murmur blending with the songs of chickadees hidden among the trees. He stood silently for several minutes. There was no need to hurry. The mountains had taught him that patience often accomplished what force never could. Back at camp, Clark organized the morning's work. The men inspected their packs. Rifles were clean but kept slung over shoulders rather than held in their hands. Trade goods were sorted carefully. Bright glass beads, small mirrors, brass buttons, needles, metal tools, blue and scarlet cloth. Jefferson had instructed the expedition to carry gifts that could express peaceful intentions long before spoken language became possible. Those simple objects now carried great importance. Sacagawea sat beside the fire with Jean-Baptiste resting peacefully in her arms. She watched the surrounding hills with quiet attention. Every passing hour brought back another memory from her childhood. The smell of lodgepole pine after rain, the shape of distant peaks, the songs of birds she had not heard for many years. Home was no longer simply an idea. It was becoming visible once again. Late that morning, one of the sentries quietly called toward Lewis. Movement. Across the meadow, several figures had emerged from the forest. 5 riders approached slowly, allowing their horses to walk at an easy pace. No one rushed forward. No weapons were raised. The distance between the two groups closed gradually beneath the warm summer sun. Lewis stepped into the open, accompanied by Clark, Charbonneau, and Sacagawea. The riders stopped several yards away. For a long moment, both groups simply observed one another. The visitors wore beautifully crafted buckskin clothing decorated with porcupine quills and beads. Their horses appeared healthy and remarkably sure-footed among the rocky terrain. Each rider carried himself with calm confidence. These mountains were their home. They knew every valley, every trail, every stream. Lewis slowly removed his hat as a sign of respect. The leader nodded politely. Communication began through gestures. A hand placed over the heart, a slight bow of the head, smiles offered cautiously but sincerely. Then something remarkable happened. One of the Shoshone men looked closely at Sacagawea. She stared back. For a brief moment, confusion crossed both faces, then recognition. Her eyes widened. She spoke rapidly. The man answered with equal excitement. Within seconds, emotion spread through the gathering. According to the journals of the expedition, Sacagawea had recognized members of her own people after years of separation. Soon afterward, she was reunited with her brother, who had become a Shoshone leader. Tears filled her eyes. Several members of the Corps quietly stepped back, understanding that they were witnessing something deeply personal. No map could have predicted this moment. No plan could have arranged it. After years apart, a sister had found her family again in the vast wilderness of the Rocky Mountains. Even Lewis appeared deeply moved. History often remembered expeditions through discoveries and maps, yet moments of human reunion sometimes carried far greater meaning. The camp gradually transformed into a place of conversation and welcome. Food was shared. Gifts were exchanged. Laughter slowly replaced caution. Children watched curiously from behind their elders. The horses grazed peacefully in the nearby meadow. Throughout the afternoon, Lewis and Clark explained their purpose as clearly as possible. They wished to continue west. They hoped to reach the great ocean. Most importantly, they needed horses to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. The Shoshone leaders listened carefully. They understood the dangers ahead better than anyone. The mountains were beautiful, but they were unforgiving. Early snowstorms could trap travelers for weeks. Food became scarce at higher elevations. Trails disappeared beneath rock and timber. Without experienced guides and reliable horses, success would be uncertain. That evening, a larger campfire burned beneath the towering pines. Members of both groups sat together beneath a sky filled with countless stars. Stories were exchanged through patient interpretation. Lewis listened far more than he spoke. He heard accounts of seasonal migrations through the mountains, descriptions of rivers flowing toward the western sea, warnings about difficult passes, advice about where fresh water could always be found. Each story added another piece to the great puzzle of the American West. Clark quietly updated his maps beside the firelight. Yet even as his pencil moved across the paper, he knew that many of the most valuable lessons learned that evening could never be fully drawn. Knowledge did not always fit inside lines. Some wisdom lived only in conversation, only in trust, only in friendship. Before retiring for the night, Lewis walked a short distance from the camp. The western flowing creek shimmered beneath the moonlight. He knelt beside the water and watched its gentle current. Months earlier, he had searched for the mysterious ghost river described in stories. Now he realized the truth more clearly than ever. The ghost river was flowing here tonight, not beneath the surface, not hidden from sight. It flowed through the voices around the campfire, through memories shared between families, through knowledge passed carefully from elders to children, through the quiet reunion of a sister and her brother after years of separation. The real current that shaped history was not water alone. It was understanding. As Lewis returned to camp, the fire burned lower, and the conversation softened into quiet murmurs. Tomorrow, they would begin negotiating for horses and preparing for the difficult crossing of the Bitterroot Mountains. Beyond those rugged peaks waited the rivers of the Pacific Northwest. Beyond them waited the Pacific Ocean itself. But for this peaceful night in the mountains, the journey paused. The explorers and the Shoshone shared the same sky, the same valley, and the same hope that cooperation would carry them safely through the wilderness ahead. And in that quiet moment, the Ghost River continued its timeless journey, flowing silently through memory, kindness, and the stories that people chose to pass on long after the travelers themselves were gone. Part 21. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The valley awakened slowly beneath a sky of pale blue. Smoke rose gently from several campfires, drifting upward through the tall lodgepole pines before disappearing into the cool morning air. Dew still covered the grass, and the nearby creek reflected the first golden light of the sun as it continued its quiet journey toward the Columbia River watershed. For the first time in many weeks, the Corps of Discovery did not begin the day by breaking camp. Instead, they remained with the Shoshone. There was important work to do. The success of the expedition now depended less upon endurance and more upon trust. Lewis understood this clearly. A single friendly conversation might accomplish what months of difficult travel never could. After a simple breakfast of dried meat, fresh trout, and roots gathered by Shoshone women, Lewis and Clark met with the tribal leaders once again. Through patient translation involving Sacagawea and Charbonneau, the conversations continued. Communication moved slowly. One language became another, then another. Sometimes a single sentence required several minutes before everyone understood its meaning. No one became frustrated. Important conversations deserved patience. Lewis explained that President Thomas Jefferson had sent the Corps to learn about the lands of the West, to establish peaceful relationships with native nations, and to explore a practical route to the Pacific Ocean. The Shoshone leaders listened carefully. When Lewis finished speaking, one elder remained silent for several moments before answering. Through the translators, his words carried quiet wisdom. Mountains do not belong to us. He gently pointed toward the towering peaks surrounding the valley. We belong to the mountains. Lewis lowered his notebook. He wanted to remember the sentence exactly. The elder continued. A traveler who believes he owns the trail becomes lost. A traveler who respects the trail usually finds his way. Lewis smiled respectfully. He had heard many thoughtful observations during the expedition. This one joined the others in his growing collection of lessons that no scientific instrument could measure. Later that morning, Clark walked among the Shoshone horses grazing peacefully in the meadow. He admired their strength. They were smaller than many eastern horses, but exceptionally sturdy. Generations of careful breeding had produced animals perfectly suited for mountain travel: strong legs, sure footing, calm temperaments, everything the Corps needed. Several Shoshone riders demonstrated how the horses crossed steep rocky slopes with remarkable confidence. Watching them, Clark realized that the mountains themselves had shaped these animals over countless seasons. Nature had quietly selected the best companions for this difficult country. Meanwhile, Lewis spent much of the afternoon recording information about local plants and animals. The Shoshone shared knowledge passed through generations. Certain roots were gathered only after flowering. Specific berries ripened at different elevations. Medicinal plants grew in shaded valleys near cold streams. The information fascinated Lewis. He carefully noted every detail. Science and tradition were working together. Neither replaced the other. Instead, each completed the picture. As the warm afternoon slowly faded toward evening, preparations for the next stage of the journey began. Trade goods were carefully exchanged for horses: bright cloth, metal tools, knives, beads. In return, the Corps gradually assembled the small herd that would carry them across the Bitterroot Mountains. Each animal represented hope. Each horse brought the Pacific a little closer. York watched the transactions with quiet interest. He had become deeply respected within the expedition for his strength, kindness, and calm judgment. Several Shoshone children gathered nearby, smiling curiously as he entertained them with simple hand games and friendly gestures. Laughter crossed every language. As the sun dipped lower behind the western peaks, the entire valley seemed bathed in soft golden light. Long shadows stretched across the meadow. A cool breeze rustled through the pines. Someone began singing quietly near one of the Shoshone camps. The melody drifted gently through the evening air. Lewis listened. He could not understand the words, yet the emotion required no translation. Songs like rivers carried memory. That night after supper, Lewis wandered alone toward a nearby ridge overlooking the valley. Below him, both camps glowed with small circles of firelight. Smoke rose peacefully into the still evening sky. The horses grazed quietly along the creek. Children's laughter occasionally echoed across the meadow before gradually fading into silence. Lewis opened his journal beneath the fading light. "Today we gained horses," he wrote. "But more importantly, we gained friendship." He paused, then added another thought. "No map has ever shown the distance between strangers becoming neighbors." He carefully closed the notebook. The words felt complete. Above him, the stars appeared one by one. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a brilliant river of light. Lewis remembered the Mandan elder, then the Shoshone elder, different nations, different valleys, yet both had spoken about rivers in remarkably similar ways. Perhaps that was no coincidence. Perhaps every people who lived close to nature eventually learned the same quiet truths. The Ghost River, the unseen current flowing beside every visible stream, had once seemed like an old legend. Now it felt almost tangible. It flowed through shared meals, through honest trade, through songs, through stories, through respect offered without expectation of reward. The next morning would begin another difficult chapter. The Bitterroot Mountains waited ahead: steep trails, early snow, dense forests, long days on horseback through rugged wilderness. Many historians would later describe this crossing as one of the most demanding portions of the entire Lewis and Clark expedition. But on this peaceful evening, surrounded by new friends beneath the endless western sky, the Corps of Discovery allowed themselves a rare moment of quiet confidence. The mountains no longer seemed like an obstacle. They had become teachers. And tomorrow, those silent teachers would invite the travelers even deeper into the heart of the American West. Part 22, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition morning came quietly to the Shoshone Valley. A light mist floated above the creek while horses grazed peacefully along its banks. The eastern sky slowly brightened, and the first rays of sunlight touched the snow-covered peaks high above the camp. The mountains glowed with soft shades of gold before returning to their familiar gray and blue. The core of discovery rose early. Today would be one of preparation. The crossing of the Bitterroot Mountains could not begin carelessly. Lewis understood that the success of the expedition depended on planning every detail. Each horse was examined carefully. Saddles were adjusted. Leather straps were repaired. Heavy packs were balanced so that no animal carried more weight than another. The journals, maps, scientific specimens, medicines, and surveying instruments received special attention. Lewis often reminded the men that these papers carried nearly as much value as the expedition itself. Without the journals, much of what they had learned would disappear forever. Clark spent the morning speaking with several experienced Shoshone hunters. Using gestures, sketches in the dirt, and careful translation through Sacagawea and Charbonneau, they discussed the mountain trails ahead. One elderly hunter drew a winding line across the soil with a willow stick. He pointed towards several peaks. Then he added smaller marked streams, narrow passes, steep ridges. Finally, he placed his hand flat upon the drawing. Snow, he explained. Even before autumn officially arrived, snow could fall in the highest elevations. The message was simple: travel quickly, but never recklessly. Lewis copied the route into his notebook. He admired how naturally the Shoshone described the mountains. They did not measure the land with miles. Instead, they remembered it through experience. A valley where elk gathered in early summer, a creek that never froze completely, a ridge where strong winds arrived every afternoon. Knowledge lived inside stories rather than numbers. Later that day, Sacagawea walked alone for a short distance beyond the camp. Jean-Baptiste rested peacefully against her back in a cradle board. She stopped beside a small group of aspen trees. Their leaves shimmered softly in the breeze. For several minutes she simply stood there. The valley carried echoes of childhood, the smell of pine smoke, the sound of horses, the songs spoken by familiar voices. Although years had passed since she had last lived among her people, memory remained remarkably strong. Clark noticed her standing quietly among the trees. He did not interrupt. Some moments belonged only to the person living them. During the afternoon, several Shoshone riders demonstrated mountain travel techniques. The Corps watched with great interest. The horses moved carefully along steep slopes where Eastern riders might have hesitated. The secret was patience. The riders allowed the animals to choose their footing. They never forced them. Lewis wrote another note. In these mountains, the horse often knows the trail better than the rider. Lessons seemed valuable. Nature rewarded trust as much as skill. As the day continued, clouds slowly gathered around the higher peaks. Cool winds descended into the valley. One of the Shoshone elders looked toward the mountains and quietly remarked that weather was changing. He pointed toward the shape of the clouds. Lewis followed his gaze. Dark gray bands wrapped around the highest ridges. The elder smiled gently. Mountains are putting on their blanket. Lewis appreciated the image. Mountain people often read weather with astonishing accuracy. The Corps made a final inspection of supplies before sunset. Food remained a constant concern. The forests ahead offered game, but success could never be guaranteed. Every pound of dried meat mattered. Every bag of roots and berries might become important before the crossing ended. That evening, both camps gathered near a large fire. The atmosphere was peaceful. Stories flowed through translation. Laughter crossed every language. One young Shoshone boy became fascinated by Clark's compass. He watched the needle swing north no matter how the instrument was turned. Clark smiled and carefully explained its purpose through gestures. The boy nodded thoughtfully before pointing toward the North Star rising above the mountains. Several adults smiled. Different tools. The same direction. Lewis found quiet beauty in that moment. People often reached similar understanding by different paths. As darkness settled over the valley, the songs began. The Shoshone voices rose softly into the cool night air. The melodies were calm and steady, blending naturally with the whispering pines and the gentle murmur of the nearby creek. Lewis sat quietly beside the fire. He did not understand the language, yet he understood the feeling. These songs carried generations of memory. Children had heard them, parents had sung them, grandparents had remembered them. Long before the Corps of Discovery entered these mountains, those melodies had already belonged to the land. Lewis opened his journal one final time before sleep. "There are discoveries that may be drawn upon maps," he wrote. "There are others that exist only within the heart. The latter may prove the more lasting." He closed the notebook and looked toward the western sky. Tomorrow, the expedition would leave the welcoming valley and begin the difficult climb into the Bitterroot Mountains. Few travelers from the young United States had ever attempted such a journey. The forests ahead were deep, the passes were high, the weather unpredictable, yet the Corps no longer felt alone. They carried more than horses and supplies. They carried the generosity of the Shoshone people, whose guidance would make the next stage of the expedition possible. And as the campfires slowly faded into glowing embers beneath the brilliant stars of the Rocky Mountains, the quiet current of the Ghost River continued to flow, not through hidden waters, but through every act of trust, every shared story, and every lesson passed from one traveler to another across the timeless American wilderness. Part 23, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The morning of August 31, 1805, arrived with a silence that felt almost sacred. The camp stirred long before sunrise. Horses shifted quietly in the meadow, their breath visible in the cool mountain air. A thin layer of frost covered the grasses beside the creek, sparkling beneath the first hints of dawn. The Corps of Discovery stood at the edge of another beginning. Behind them lay the welcoming valley of the Shoshone. Ahead rose the Bitterroot Mountains. Lewis looked toward the western skyline. The peaks appeared endless. Gray ridges rose behind one another until they disappeared into distant clouds. Unlike the gentle hills of the eastern frontier, these mountains showed little concern for human plans. The trail would be determined by nature, not by travelers. After breakfast, the members of the Corps carefully loaded their horses. Each bundle had already been weighed and balanced during the previous days. Scientific journals were wrapped in layers of oilcloth. Clark's maps rested inside waterproof leather cases. Medicines, ammunition, dried meat, trade goods, and clothing were secured with remarkable care. If a single horse stumbled on the narrow mountain paths ahead, valuable supplies could easily be lost forever. Before leaving, the Shoshone guides gathered near the front of the caravan. Among them was an experienced elder whose knowledge of the mountain stretched back through decades of seasonal travel. He pointed toward the first ridge. Through careful translation, he explained, "Walk with the mountain, not against it." Lewis quietly repeated the words inside his journal. The advice sounded simple, yet he suspected it contained far more wisdom than it first appeared. The journey began. The horses moved slowly through open meadows where golden grasses waved beneath the morning breeze. Soon the valley narrowed. Towering Douglas firs shaded the trail. The sunlight became softer as branches formed a green ceiling overhead. The forest carried a peaceful stillness. Only the gentle clatter of horses' hooves disturbed the silence. The trail gradually climbed. Streams crossed the path at frequent intervals. Their water remained astonishingly clear, flowing over stones polished smooth by centuries of snowmelt. Lewis occasionally paused to drink directly from the cold creeks. Nothing in the eastern United States, he later reflected, tasted quite so pure. As the expedition gained elevation, the forest changed. Tall pines replaced the firs. The air became noticeably cooler. Small patches of snow remained hidden beneath shaded cliffs despite the late summer season. Several members of the Corps pulled their coats tighter around their shoulders. York smiled as he looked upward. "Feels like autumn already," he remarked. Clark nodded. "Mountains keep their own calendar." Everyone quietly agreed. Near midday, the caravan reached a broad overlook. Below them stretched the valley they had departed only hours earlier. Smoke from the Shoshone campfires could still be seen rising gently through the trees. Sacagawea remained there for several minutes. She said nothing. Perhaps words were unnecessary. She was once again leaving home. Yet this departure felt different from the one forced upon her years before. This time she traveled by choice, with friends, toward hope. Lewis watched her quietly before returning his attention to the trail. The expedition pressed onward. The afternoon brought steeper climbs. Several horses slipped upon loose stones, though none were injured. The Shoshone guides remained calm. They understood every turn, every narrow ledge, every stream crossing. Watching them, Lewis realized something important. Maps could suggest direction. Experience revealed the path. As evening approached, clouds gathered around the highest peaks. A cool wind drifted through the forest. One guide glanced upward. "Snow tomorrow," he predicted. Lewis studied the sky. The clouds indeed appeared heavier than before. Mountain weather often changed without warning. The Corps decided to establish camp earlier than planned. The campsite rested beside a quiet alpine meadow surrounded by towering pines. A small creek flowed nearby, its gentle sound creating a soothing background as the men unpacked supplies. The horses grazed peacefully. Campfires soon flickered beneath the darkening trees. Fresh venison, obtained earlier that day, roasted slowly over glowing coals. The smell filled the cool evening air. After supper, Clark carefully examined his maps. The lines grew increasingly uncertain. Few precise records existed beyond this point. The Bitterroot Mountains remained among the least understood regions encountered during the expedition. Lewis joined him beside the fire. For several minutes they studied the rough sketches provided by the Shoshone guides. The drawings lacked measurements. Yet they contained something perhaps more valuable, practical knowledge. Where water could always be found, which valleys flooded after heavy rain, which ridges remained safest during early snow. Lewis smiled quietly. He had come to appreciate that knowledge could take many forms. One did not replace another. Together they created understanding. Later that night, after most of the camp had fallen asleep, Lewis stepped away from the fire. The forest stood silent beneath a sky overflowing with stars. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a luminous river. A gentle breeze stirred the tops of the pines. Somewhere far away, an owl called once before the silence returned. Lewis walked toward the nearby creek. The water reflected both the stars above and the dark outlines of the surrounding trees. He knelt beside it, the ghost river. Months earlier, the phrase had sounded mysterious. Now it felt comforting. He no longer imagined it as an invisible stream hidden somewhere within the wilderness. Instead, he understood it as something flowing quietly through every place where memory and landscape became inseparable. The mountains remembered, the rivers remembered, the forests remembered, and people remembered. Together they formed a history deeper than any map. Lewis gently touched the cold water. It continued westward toward rivers he had not yet seen, toward valleys unknown to him, toward the Pacific Ocean. Tomorrow the trail would climb even higher into the Bitterroots. The air would grow thinner. The forests denser, the journey more demanding. Yet beneath the endless stars of the American West, the core of discovery rested peacefully. The wilderness asked for patience. The travelers had learned to answer with respect. And somewhere beyond the next mountain ridge, another chapter of their remarkable expedition waited quietly for the dawn. Part 24, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition morning arrived beneath a sky of soft gray clouds. The first light filtered gently through the towering pines, casting long shadows across the forest floor. The camp was quiet except for the gentle sound of horses grazing and the nearby creek flowing steadily over smooth mountain stones. The air felt noticeably colder than the previous morning. When Lewis stepped from his blanket, he noticed a thin layer of ice floating along the edges of a shallow pool beside the campsite. One of the Shoshone guides looked toward the western peaks. Without speaking, he pointed upward. Fresh snow rested upon the highest ridges. It had fallen during the night, only a light dusting. But it was enough to remind everyone that the mountains followed their own seasons. Clark quietly folded his blanket. "We'll have to keep moving." Lewis nodded. "Winter is already looking for us." After a simple breakfast, the expedition packed their equipment with practiced efficiency. The horses appeared calm despite the cool morning. Each animal carried its carefully balanced load, while the guides inspected every strap one final time before the caravan entered the forest once again. The trail climbed steadily. Towering Douglas firs gradually gave way to ancient western red cedars whose enormous trunks disappeared high into the morning mist. Some trees were so large that 3 men standing hand in hand could barely have reached around them. Lewis stopped often simply to admire the forest. He had never imagined trees of such remarkable size. The eastern forests were magnificent in their own way. Yet these mountains possessed an entirely different character. Everything seemed older, quieter, more patient. The forest floor remained soft beneath layers of fallen needles and moss. Tiny streams crossed the trail every few hundred yards. Fern-covered slopes glistened with moisture left behind by the night's fog. Sunlight rarely reached the ground directly. Instead, it drifted through the branches in pale shafts that illuminated floating dust and tiny insects dancing in the still air. Lewis wrote briefly in his notebook, "These forests possess a calm unlike any country we have yet crossed." One almost hesitates to disturb their silence. Expedition moved slowly. The trail had become narrow. Sometimes only a single horse could pass at a time. Loose stones and exposed roots required careful footing. The Shoshone guides remained remarkably relaxed. They trusted the horses trusted the trail. The Corps gradually learned to do the same. Near midday, they reached a high meadow surrounded by towering peaks. Wildflowers still bloomed despite the cool weather: purple asters, yellow arnica, late-season lupins. A small herd of mule deer grazed peacefully in the distance before disappearing silently into the trees. The guides suggested a short rest. While the horses fed upon the rich mountain grass, Lewis climbed a nearby ridge. From its summit, he could see endless waves of mountains stretching toward the western horizon. No towns, no roads, no smoke, only forests, valleys, rivers, and sky. He realized that this vast landscape remained exactly as it had appeared for countless generations before his arrival. The thought filled him with deep respect. Exploration did not create the wilderness. It merely introduced new travelers to it. When he returned to camp, one of the older Shoshone men was quietly carving a small piece of cedar wood with a simple knife. Lewis sat nearby, watching with interest. After several moments, the elder handed him the unfinished carving. It resembled a winding stream. Through gestures and patient translation, he explained, "Wood remembers the tree, water remembers the mountain. People should remember kindness." Lewis smiled warmly. He carefully wrapped the small carving inside a cloth pouch before placing it among his personal belongings. It was not valuable because of the wood. It was valuable because of the thought behind it. As afternoon slowly turned toward evening, the weather changed. Clouds thickened overhead. A gentle rain began to fall, not enough to stop the journey, just enough to cover the forest with the fresh scent of cedar and wet earth. The horses continued steadily. Tiny drops of water clung to every pine needle. The streams grew slightly louder as fresh rain joined their currents. The entire forest seemed to breathe more deeply. By late afternoon, the rain ended as quietly as it had begun. Sunlight broke through the clouds, creating beams of golden light that reached the forest floor. The wet leaves sparkled brilliantly. Clark looked around with quiet admiration. "I don't believe any painter could capture this." Lewis nodded. "Some places ask only to be remembered." Camp was established beside a broad mountain stream. The water flowed swiftly but peacefully between smooth granite boulders. The horses drank deeply. Several members of the Corps caught fresh trout before sunset. Supper was simple but satisfying. The cool mountain air made every warm meal feel especially welcome. That evening, conversation around the fire centered on the Pacific Ocean. Most of the younger soldiers had never seen the sea. They imagined endless blue water stretching beyond the horizon. Great waves, salt air, ships unlike those upon the Mississippi. The older voyageurs smiled. Some had seen the Atlantic years before. Yet even they admitted that the Pacific remained a mystery. Lewis listened quietly. The ocean still felt very far away. The mountains ahead would demand every ounce of patience before that dream could become reality. Later, beneath a sky filled with stars once again, Lewis walked alone beside the mountain stream. The cedar carving rested inside his pocket. He removed it and studied the simple winding shape beneath the moonlight. It reminded him of every river they had followed since leaving St. Louis: the Missouri, the Jefferson, the Beaverhead, and now these western streams flowing toward an ocean they had not yet reached. Perhaps every river carried more than water. Perhaps every river carried memory. The Ghost River no longer felt like a legend whispered beside distant campfires. It had become a quiet companion throughout the journey. Present whenever people shared wisdom. Present whenever strangers became friends. present whenever travelers paused long enough to truly notice the land around them. Lewis slipped the carving back into his pocket. The stream continued flowing west beneath the stars. Tomorrow, the climb into the heart of the Bitterroot Mountains would become even more demanding. Higher passes awaited, colder nights, steeper trails. Yet the core of discovery rested peacefully, knowing they carried something more important than supplies. They carried the growing understanding that the greatest discoveries were not always places found upon a map, but lessons gathered, one quiet mile at a time, along the timeless rivers of the American West. Part 25, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition morning arrived with the quiet sound of rain falling upon cedar branches. It was not a heavy rain. Instead, tiny droplets slipped gently through the forest canopy, creating a soft rhythm that blended with the flowing mountain stream beside the camp. The air smelled wonderfully fresh, carrying the rich fragrance of moss, damp earth, pine resin, and fallen leaves. For several moments after waking, no one spoke. The wilderness itself seemed to ask for silence. Lewis stepped outside his shelter and looked toward the western mountains. Low clouds drifted lazily between the peaks, hiding the highest ridges before revealing them again a few moments later. It was impossible to tell exactly where one mountain ended and another began. Clark joined him beside the fire. Mountains seem endless. Lewis smiled. Perhaps that's because we're seeing them one valley at a time. Breakfast was simple: dried venison. Fresh trout caught the evening before, wild roots provided by the Shoshone guides. Hot broth warmed everyone against the cool morning air. After carefully packing the camp, the caravan continued deeper into the Bitterroot Mountains. The trail narrowed almost immediately. Towering cedars stood like ancient pillars supporting the forest around them. Many trees had survived for centuries, some perhaps longer. Lewis often placed his hand gently upon their rough bark while passing. He wondered how many generations had traveled beneath these same branches. The Shoshone guides moved confidently through the forest. They rarely paused. Every bend in the trail appeared familiar. Every crossing of the creek seemed already known. Watching them, Lewis realized once again that the finest map of this country existed not on paper but in memory. Near midday, the expedition reached a broad clearing where sunlight poured freely across a peaceful meadow. Wild grasses swayed gently in the breeze. A family of elk grazed quietly near the edge of the trees. When they noticed the travelers, they lifted their heads for only a moment before calmly disappearing into the forest. No panic, only quiet caution. Lewis carefully noted the behavior. Animals living far from settlements often reacted differently than those accustomed to hunters. The farther west the expedition traveled, the more he observed this remarkable calm among the wildlife. During the afternoon, the trail became steeper. Loose stones covered much of the hillside. Several horses slowed naturally, choosing careful footing rather than speed. The guides allowed them complete freedom to find the safest path. One young soldier asked why they never pulled hard on the reins. The elder guide smiled gently. Through Sacagawea's translation, he answered, "The mountain speaks to the horse before it speaks to the rider." Lewis immediately wrote the sentence inside his journal. He had collected hundreds of scientific observations. Yet some of the most valuable lessons contained no measurements at all. By late afternoon, a cool wind swept through the valley. Dark clouds gathered once again around the highest peaks. Tiny flakes of snow drifted briefly through the air. They melted almost as soon as they touched the ground. Still, the message was clear. Autumn had reached the mountains. The Corps decided to stop early. The campsite rested beside a crystal-clear spring emerging directly from beneath a granite cliff. The water was astonishingly cold. Lewis measured its temperature using one of his instruments before carefully recording the result. Nearby, Clark sat with several of the Shoshone guides, studying the route ahead. One guide used small stones and pine cones to represent mountains and valleys upon the ground. His simple model showed where the safest passes could be found. Lewis admired the demonstration. Knowledge did not depend upon books. Wisdom often appeared in wonderfully practical forms. At evening after supper, the sky gradually cleared. One by one, the clouds drifted eastward. Soon the stars returned. The Milky Way stretched brilliantly across the heavens. Jean-Baptiste, now old enough to watch the dancing firelight with endless curiosity, laughed softly as sparks floated upward into the dark sky. Several members of the corps smiled. Even after months of hardship, the little boy continued to remind everyone that joy required very little: a warm fire, friendly voices, a peaceful night. Louis sat quietly polishing one of his small brass scientific instruments. Its polished surface reflected the firelight. Across the flames, one of the Shoshone elders watched him with gentle curiosity. Finally, the elder asked through translation, "Does that instrument tell you where you are?" Louis nodded. "It helps." Elder smiled kindly, then he placed one hand upon the ground. "This tells me where I am." Several moments, neither man spoke. Louis looked toward the forest, then toward the stars, then back toward the elder. He understood. Navigation could be learned in different ways. Some travelers trusted instruments. Others trusted relationships with rivers, mountains, seasons, and memory. Neither approach was complete without respect. Later that night, Louis wandered alone to the nearby spring. The cedar carving still rested inside his pocket. He removed it and gently placed it beside the flowing water. Moonlight reflected across the small stream, turning it into a ribbon of silver. The spring never hurried. It simply flowed patiently, constantly, exactly as it had long before the expedition arrived. Louis realized that rivers possessed remarkable confidence. They never questioned their direction. They simply followed the path nature had prepared. Perhaps people could learn from them. Perhaps the ghost river had been teaching that lesson all along, not through mysterious voices, not through hidden magic, but through the quiet example of every stream crossing the mountains. Keep moving, remain patient. Shape the world gently. Tomorrow the expedition would climb higher than ever before. The forests would become thinner, the air colder, the trails more difficult. Beyond those rugged passes lay the valleys leading toward the Clearwater River and eventually the mighty Columbia. The Pacific Ocean remained weeks away. Yet beneath the brilliant stars of the Rocky Mountains, the core of discovery rested with quiet confidence. Each careful step brought them closer to the Western Sea. And with every mile, the unseen current of the Ghost River continued to flow beside them, through memory, kindness, perseverance, and the timeless stories carried by the rivers of North America. Part 26. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The dawn came quietly, almost unnoticed. Long before the sun appeared above the jagged peaks, a pale blue light spread gently across the Bitterroot Mountains. The forest remained wrapped in silence except for the distant murmur of a mountain stream and the occasional rustle of wind moving through the towering pines. The camp stirred slowly. The horses lifted their heads from the meadow as the first campfire was rekindled. Thin ribbons of smoke curled upward, disappearing into the cool morning air that smelled of cedar, wet stone, and fresh pine. Louis stood beside the fire, warming his hands. He had slept lightly. The mountains always seemed to encourage wakefulness before dawn. There was something peaceful about those quiet moments before the day's journey began. The world felt untouched. Even time itself appeared to move more slowly. Clark emerged from his shelter carrying a folded section of his growing map. The edges of the paper had become worn from months of careful use. New rivers had been added, mountain ranges carefully sketched, native villages respectfully recorded. Every page told part of a story that very few people in the young United States could yet imagine. Louis smiled as he looked at the map. "It grows every week," Clark nodded. "So does everything we've learned." After breakfast, the caravan resumed its steady climb. The trail soon entered one of the oldest forests they had yet encountered. Massive western red cedars rose like cathedral columns, their trunks covered with emerald green moss. Some were so broad that a horse and rider could stand beside them without reaching halfway around. The forest floor remained soft beneath centuries of fallen needles. Small ferns covered nearly every patch of open ground. The morning sunlight filtered gently through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of light that danced across the trail. No one hurried. The horses walked carefully. Even their hoofbeats sounded softened by the thick carpet of moss. Louis often believed that this forest possessed its own quiet heartbeat. Around mid-morning, the expedition reached a narrow wooden footbridge built long before their arrival. It crossed a swift mountain creek flowing between smooth granite walls. The bridge was simple, strong cedar logs laid carefully across the water, nothing decorative, only practical craftsmanship. One of the Shoshone guides explained that generations of travelers had maintained the crossing together. Each spring, families repaired damaged logs after winter storms. No single person owned the bridge. Everyone depended upon it. Lewis paused before crossing. He admired the quiet wisdom contained in such a tradition. Some things lasted longest when everyone accepted responsibility. The corps crossed one horse at a time. The animals moved calmly, trusting the steady voices of their riders. Below, the clear water rushed over polished stones, sparkling beneath the morning light. After safely reaching the opposite bank, the journey continued into higher country. The air gradually became thinner, the trees smaller. Open slopes began replacing dense forests. Here, mountain wildflowers still bloomed despite the cool weather. Scarlet Indian paintbrush, purple asters, tiny white alpine blossoms growing among broken stones. Butterflies drifted lazily through the meadows, almost unaware of the travelers passing quietly nearby. Lewis knelt beside several unfamiliar plants. He carefully collected small samples, pressing them gently between sheets of paper for preservation. Every specimen represented another piece of the natural history Jefferson had hoped the expedition would record. Science remained one of the Corps' most important missions. Yet Lewis had noticed something during the long months of travel. Every scientific discovery seemed richer when paired with the knowledge shared by native communities. Plants possessed names long before European classification. Animals already belonged to countless stories. Mountains had guided generations before appearing upon American maps. The afternoon brought the expedition to a high ridge overlooking an endless landscape of valleys and rivers. Clark stopped his horse. For several moments, no one spoke. Far below, a winding river shimmered beneath the afternoon sun. One of the Shoshone guides pointed toward it. Through Sacagawea's translation, he explained that those waters eventually joined the Clearwater River. Beyond that, the Snake River, then the Columbia, finally, the Pacific Ocean. Lewis gazed toward the distant valley. For the first time, the route to the ocean no longer felt like an abstract dream. It had become visible, not easy, not close, but real. A gentle smile crossed his face. Months earlier, the Missouri River had carried them westward. Now entirely different rivers would continue the journey. Nature had quietly handed them from one watershed to another. The Ghost River, Lewis reflected, seemed to flow between them all, not as water, but as connection. Each river belonged to a larger story. Each valley remembered those who had traveled before. Late that afternoon, clouds gathered once again around the highest peaks. The guides recommended making camp before the weather changed. No one argued. Mountain storms often arrived without warning. The campsite rested beside a small alpine lake so perfectly still that the surrounding mountains appeared reflected upon its surface like a painted picture. The horses drank quietly along the shore. Several ducks glided peacefully across the water. Ripples spread outward in slow circles before disappearing completely. After supper, Lewis walked alone beside the lake. The evening sky gradually filled with shades of lavender and deep blue. The first stars appeared above the mountain ridges. The reflection remained almost perfect. It became difficult to distinguish where the mountains ended and the sky began. Lewis removed the small cedar carving from his pocket. He held it gently while watching the still water. The elder's words returned once again. Wood remembers the tree, water remembers the mountain. People should remember kindness. He realized that the expedition itself would someday become a memory. Future generations might study the maps, read the journals, follow the routes. But Lewis hoped they would also remember something less tangible: the friendships formed, the knowledge shared, the patience required, the respect earned along the way. Those things mattered just as much as rivers and mountains. As darkness settled gently across the Bitterroots, the camp grew quiet. Only the crackling fire and the distant call of a loon echoed across the peaceful lake. Tomorrow, the Corps of Discovery would climb toward one of the highest passes of their entire journey. Beyond it waited the descent toward the Clearwater country. Beyond that, the rivers that would finally carry them toward the Pacific Ocean. And somewhere, always flowing beside them, The quiet current of the Ghost River continued its timeless journey through memory, humility, and the enduring bond between people and the land they called home. Part 27. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The night had been unusually cold. When the first light reached the Alpine Lake, a delicate sheet of ice floated along its quiet shoreline. The horses stood close together, their breath rising in soft white clouds as they waited patiently for the day's journey to begin. No one needed to be told that they had climbed into a different world. Summer still lingered in the valleys below. Here, high among the Bitterroot Mountains, autumn had already arrived. Lewis stepped quietly to the edge of the lake. The water reflected the pale morning sky so perfectly that it seemed impossible to tell where earth ended and heaven began. For several minutes he simply watched. A single trout broke the surface. The circle spread slowly across the still water before fading into silence once again. He smiled. Nature rarely hurried, yet everything important still happened. After breakfast, the Corps packed camp with careful efficiency. The horses had become trusted companions. Each animal knew its place in the caravan. The Shoshone guides inspected the sky before giving a quiet nod. The weather would remain fair, at least for today. The trail climbed immediately. Within an hour, the last tall cedars disappeared behind them. Only hardy whitebark pines remained, twisted by years of mountain wind. Above the tree line, the landscape opened into broad slopes covered with alpine grasses and scattered granite boulders. The air felt thinner. Every breath reminded the travelers of their elevation. Conversation naturally became less frequent. Walking demanded attention. Even the horses slowed their pace. Lewis noticed small patches of snow resting inside shaded hollows where sunlight rarely reached. Nearby, tiny purple alpine flowers somehow continued blooming between the rocks. Life persisted even under difficult conditions. It always found a way. Around mid-morning, one of the guides stopped suddenly. He pointed toward a distant hillside. At first, Lewis saw nothing. Then movement. A group of mountain goats climbed effortlessly across cliffs so steep they appeared almost vertical. The white animals moved with astonishing confidence, stepping from one narrow ledge to another without hesitation. Several members of the Corps watched in admiration. Clark quietly remarked, "They belong here." Lewis nodded, "And we're still learning." The guide smiled. Mountain goats had taught local hunters valuable lessons for generations. They always knew where the safest routes could be found. Sometimes people followed them. The mountains often revealed their secrets through animals. The expedition continued climbing until shortly after noon. Finally, the lead guide raised his hand. Everyone stopped. Before them lay one of the highest mountain passes they had yet encountered. The wind blew steadily across the open ridge, carrying the clean scent of snow and stone. Lewis slowly walked to the crest. The view took his breath away. Behind him stretched the eastern slopes they had climbed for days ahead. An endless series of western valleys unfolded beneath the afternoon sun. Silver rivers wound through dark forests. Blue mountains faded toward the horizon. Somewhere beyond those distant ridges flowed the Clearwater River, farther still, the Columbia. Then, beyond imagination, the Pacific Ocean. For several quiet minutes, no one spoke. The entire Corps simply stood together, watching, breathing, remembering. Clark finally unfolded his map. He compared the landscape before him with the careful lines drawn during previous months. So much had once been empty. Now every page contained rivers, mountains, villages, and observations gathered through patience rather than speed. Lewis gently placed one hand upon Clark's shoulder. "We've come farther than any map expected." Clark smiled. "So have we." The words lingered quietly in the mountain air. During the descent, the trail became even more demanding. Loose shale covered many sections. The horses carefully selected every step. Several times the guides asked everyone to dismount and lead the animals by hand across particularly steep slopes. No one objected. The safety of the horses mattered as much as their own. Without them, continuing west would become nearly impossible. Late in the afternoon, clouds drifted across the highest peaks, not storm clouds. Gentle mountain clouds moving peacefully with the wind. Their shadows slowly crossed the valleys below like silent waves upon the land. Lewis paused beside a small spring emerging directly from beneath a granite outcrop. He filled his cup with the icy water. Nearby, the spring joined a narrow creek flowing west. He watched the tiny stream disappear among the grasses. Another beginning, another river, another journey. He thought once more about the Missouri. How impossible it had seemed that such a mighty river could begin from something so small. Now he understood that every great river shared the same humble beginning. A spring, a trickle, a quiet promise. Perhaps history worked the same way. Great events often began with ordinary conversations, simple acts of kindness, patient decisions made without expectation of fame. By evening, the expedition reached a sheltered valley where a crystal-clear creek wound gently through tall grasses. The guides selected a campsite protected from the mountain wind. Campfires soon glowed warmly beneath scattered pines. Fresh water was plentiful. The horses grazed peacefully after another long day. That night, Lewis sat alone writing beneath the fading light. His journal had become much more than a scientific record. It now contained reflections he had never expected to write. Today the mountains reminded me that no summit belongs to the traveler. We merely borrow the view before continuing onward. He paused, then added one final sentence. Ghost River flows most clearly in places where gratitude becomes stronger than ambition. He closed the journal. Across the camp, quiet conversations faded into silence. Above them, the Milky Way stretched from horizon to horizon. Another river, older than memory, brighter than any trail below. Tomorrow the core of discovery would continue descending toward the Clearwater country. The hardest mountain climbing was slowly giving way to forested valleys and rivers that would eventually carry them west by canoe once again. The Pacific Ocean was still many days away. Yet with every careful mile, the dream that had begun in St. Louis felt less like a distant hope and more like an approaching horizon, one carried forward by courage, friendship, and the timeless current of the Ghost River. Part 28, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The first rays of sunlight reached the western slopes long before they touched the valley below. Golden light slowly crept across the granite cliffs, warming the highest peaks while the forest beneath remained wrapped in cool blue shadows. A gentle breeze carried the clean scent of pine, mountain sage, and fresh snow melting somewhere far above. The core of discovery awoke to another peaceful morning. The previous day's descent had brought them into lower country, yet the wilderness remained as magnificent as ever. The horses grazed quietly beside a narrow creek. Small birds darted among the branches, greeting the new day with cheerful songs that echoed softly through the valley. Lewis stepped away from camp, carrying only his journal and a small tin cup. He knelt beside the creek and watched its crystal-clear water flow over smooth stones polished by centuries of mountain winters. Every stream here moved west. That simple fact still fascinated him. For more than a year, every river had carried them toward the Mississippi. Now each current led them in the opposite direction. The continent itself had changed beneath their feet. After breakfast, the expedition continued along a trail that gradually descended into denser forests. The towering whitebark pines of the high country slowly gave way to grand Douglas firs and western larches. Some of the larches had already begun turning brilliant shades of gold, hinting that autumn was quietly advancing through the mountains. The forest seemed alive with gentle movement. Red squirrels hurried along fallen logs carrying pine cones nearly as large as their heads. Woodpeckers tapped patiently against old cedar trunks. Far overhead, a bald eagle circled silently before disappearing beyond the trees. Lewis paused often to observe the changing wildlife. Each valley possessed its own rhythm. Each elevation welcomed different plants and animals. Nature arranged its communities with remarkable precision. Near midday, the caravan reached a small meadow where a broad stream joined the creek they had been following. The water here flowed deeper and faster. One of the Shoshone guides smiled. Through Sacagawea's translation, he explained, "Small rivers are finding each other." Lewis looked thoughtfully at the meeting of the waters. The guide continued, "That is how rivers become strong." The words lingered in Lewis's mind long after the caravan resumed its journey. People, he reflected, often became stronger in much the same way. Communities grew through cooperation. Knowledge expanded through sharing. Journeys succeeded through companionship. The ghost river seemed present once again, not hidden within the water, hidden within the meaning. The afternoon trail crossed several gentle ridges before entering one of the most peaceful forests the Corps had yet encountered. Massive cedars shaded the path. Soft green moss covered fallen trees. Tiny mushrooms appeared among damp leaves in astonishing variety: orange, white, deep crimson. Lewis carefully examined several unfamiliar species, making quick sketches inside his notebook. Although his scientific work demanded careful attention, he never allowed it to disturb the quiet balance of the forest. Every specimen was collected respectfully, every observation recorded with gratitude. Later in the afternoon, the expedition reached a clear spring emerging beneath the roots of an enormous cedar tree. The water was so pure that it reflected every leaf above like polished glass. The guides suggested resting there. The horses drank deeply. Several men removed their boots and cooled tired feet in the icy water. York laughed softly. "I believe this mountain has better water than any city." Clark smiled. "I don't think any city could improve it." Everyone quietly agreed. As they rested, Lewis noticed one of the older guides sitting silently beside the spring. The man gently placed his hand upon the flowing water. Curious, Lewis sat nearby. After a few moments, the elder spoke through translation. "Water never argues with the stone." Lewis listened carefully. "It simply keeps flowing." Elder smiled toward the creek. "Years later, the stone has changed." Lewis remained silent. He understood immediately. Patience often accomplished what force could not. That lesson seemed woven into nearly every valley they crossed. As evening approached, the caravan reached another broad valley where a larger river wound peacefully through stands of cottonwood and willow. The guides explained that these waters eventually joined the Clearwater River. Lewis stood quietly upon the riverbank. For the first time, he could truly imagine traveling by canoe once more. The mountains were slowly releasing them. The rivers were preparing to carry them onward. Camp was established beside the river beneath towering cottonwoods whose leaves shimmered like tiny silver coins whenever the evening breeze passed through them. A small cooking fire soon filled the air with the comforting scent of roasted trout and cedar smoke. The atmosphere around the camp felt noticeably lighter. The most difficult mountain passes now lay behind them. Ahead remained many challenges, but the path no longer seemed impossible. After supper, Clark carefully spread his maps upon a flat piece of bark. He added another section of river, another mountain ridge, another day's observations. Lewis watched quietly. One of the younger soldiers asked whether the map would ever truly be finished. Clark smiled. "Suppose every map is unfinished?" Lewis nodded. "Because the land always has another story." Darkness gradually settled across the valley. The stars appeared one by one above the quiet river. Their reflections shimmered gently upon the slow-moving current. Lewis reached into his pocket and removed the small cedar carving given to him weeks earlier. Its smooth surface had grown polished from constant handling. He traced the winding shape with one finger. It no longer reminded him of a single river. It reminded him of the entire journey: the Missouri, the Jefferson, the mountain springs, the hidden creeks, the western rivers now leading toward the Columbia, each one connected to the next, just as every lesson had quietly connected to those before it. He slipped the carving back into his pocket. Tomorrow, the Corps would continue descending toward the Clearwater country, where new native nations, new rivers, and new friendships awaited them. The Pacific Ocean was drawing closer with every passing day. And beneath the endless western sky, the timeless Ghost River continued to flow, not through secret waters, but through the enduring current of memory, respect, and the quiet understanding that every journey leaves the traveler different from the person who first began it. Part 29, The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The valley awakened beneath a blanket of soft morning fog. For a while, the surrounding mountains disappeared completely, leaving only the tops of the tallest pine trees rising like quiet islands above a sea of white mist. The river beside the camp flowed gently, almost soundlessly, as though it wished not to disturb the peaceful dawn. Lewis rose before the others. This had become one of his favorite moments of the day. Before voices filled the camp, before horses were saddled, before another long stretch of trail demanded careful attention. He walked toward the river carrying his journal beneath one arm. The water reflected only pale gray sky. He knelt beside the current and watched a single maple leaf drift slowly downstream. It turned gently in the water before disappearing into the fog. For reasons he could not fully explain, the quiet sight reminded him of the expedition itself. Each traveler followed the current of time. No one could remain in the same place forever. Behind him, the camp gradually came to life. Someone added another log to the morning fire. The smell of fresh cedar smoke drifted through the cool air. Horses stamped softly against the damp ground. York greeted the new day with a broad smile, as he often did, lifting the spirits of those around him with little more than his calm presence. Breakfast was simple: smoked venison, dried berries, fresh spring water. Shoshone guides quietly discussed the day's route while drawing another rough map upon the earth with a slender branch. Lewis admired how naturally they described the country. No rulers, no compass, only memory. One guide pointed toward the river. It becomes larger after 2 more valleys. Then toward the western horizon. After many bends, it joins another river. Finally, he smiled. All rivers enjoy meeting each other. Clark laughed softly. Suppose people do too. Elder nodded. When they travel with respect. Soon the caravan resumed its journey. The trail followed the river downstream through a broad valley where towering cottonwoods lined the banks. Many of their leaves had already begun changing from deep green to pale yellow, creating flashes of color whenever sunlight reached them through breaks in the clouds. The air had changed. Autumn no longer whispered. It had quietly arrived. Lewis noticed flocks of geese flying south high above the valley. Their familiar V-shaped formations crossed the sky with steady determination. The birds needed no maps, no compass, only instinct. Nature had given them a path older than memory itself. He paused to watch until the last birds disappeared beyond the western hills. Around midday, the expedition encountered one of the widest rivers they had seen since leaving the Missouri watershed. The current flowed steadily but peacefully between broad gravel banks. The water reflected the blue sky with remarkable clarity. One of the guides explained that this river fed the Clearwater farther downstream. Lewis smiled. Each day the streams grew larger. Soon, he knew, they would once again build canoes. The horses that had faithfully carried them through the mountains would complete their own part of the journey. Every stage of the expedition required different companions. During the afternoon, the trail entered a beautiful grove of trembling aspens. Their golden leaves shimmered constantly in the breeze, creating a soft whisper unlike any other tree in the forest. Several members of the Corps stopped briefly simply to listen. The sound resembled distant rainfall, gentle, steady, peaceful. Lewis wrote quietly, "The forest possesses many voices. None speak loudly, yet all deserve to be heard." Farther along the trail, the guides pointed toward several carefully tended patches of edible roots growing in sunny clearings. They explained how families returned to these places each season, harvesting only what they needed while leaving enough for future years. Lewis found the practice deeply impressive. Conservation was not a new idea here. It had simply been practiced without needing a special name. As evening approached, the Corps reached another welcoming campsite beside a wide bend in the river. Willow trees leaned gracefully over the water. Beavers had built several sturdy lodges nearby, and fresh chew marks covered many of the smaller cottonwoods. The animals themselves remained hidden, waiting for darkness. Camp was established quickly. The horses were turned loose to graze under careful watch. Several men fished while others gathered firewood. The familiar rhythm of camp life unfolded almost effortlessly after so many months together. Following supper, one of the Shoshone elders sat beside Lewis beneath the fading light. For a long time they watched the river without speaking. Finally, the elder picked up a smooth stone from the shore. He tossed it gently into the water. Ripples spread quietly across the calm surface. The elder smiled. "One small thing," he watched the circles widen, "touches everything." Lewis followed the expanding ripples until they disappeared. He understood every act of kindness, every conversation, every shared meal, every peaceful meeting. None ended with the moment itself. Like the ripples, they continued outward long after they began. Perhaps history worked the same way. The expedition itself might someday become only a memory, yet the friendships formed here could influence generations still unborn. Night settled gently over the valley. The moon rose above the eastern hills, casting a silver path across the slow-moving river. Campfires burned low. Most of the Corps soon drifted into restful sleep after another demanding day. Lewis remained awake a little longer. He opened his journal beneath the moonlight. "Farther west we travel," he wrote. "The more I believe that discovery is not the finding of new lands but the learning of old wisdom." He paused, then added one final line. "Ghost River has never asked us to search for it. It has only asked us to listen." He carefully closed the journal. Tomorrow, the expedition would continue toward the Clearwater River, where they would begin preparing new canoes for the long voyage west toward the Columbia. The mountains were slowly giving way to rivers once again, and the quiet current of the Ghost River continued to guide them, not toward a destination on any map, but toward a deeper understanding of the land, the people, and themselves. Part 30. The Ghost River. The untold truth of Lewis and Clark's expedition. The morning sun arrived without hurry. Its gentle light spread slowly across the broad valley, dissolving the last ribbons of mist that floated above the river. The water shimmered like polished silver beneath the clear western sky, while cottonwood leaves danced softly in a cool autumn breeze. The core of discovery had settled into a peaceful rhythm. The hardest mountain passes now lay behind them. Ahead, the rivers would once again become their roads. Lewis stood quietly along the riverbank, listening to the steady current. For months, every difficult climb had carried them farther from the Missouri. Now every flowing stream carried them closer to the Pacific. The journey seemed to breathe in long, patient cycles: mountains, rivers, forests, plains. Each landscape taught its own lesson before gently passing the travelers onward. After breakfast, the caravan continued west through a broad forest where towering ponderosa pines filled the air with the warm scent of sunlit resin. Unlike the dark cedar forests higher in the mountains, these trees stood farther apart. Golden light reached the ground easily. Wild grasses covered the open spaces between their trunks. The horses walked comfortably beneath the high branches. Several members of the Corps remarked that the trail felt easier than it had in weeks. Even the air seemed warmer. Autumn remained present, but the lower elevation welcomed them with gentler days. Lewis smiled. Nature constantly reminded travelers that every hardship eventually gave way to another season. Late in the morning, the expedition reached a ridge overlooking an enormous valley. Far below, a wide river wound gracefully through forests and open meadows. One of the Shoshone guides pointed toward the shining water. Through Sacagawea's translation, he explained that many villages lived along those rivers farther west. Trade routes connected one community to another. News traveled with families. Stories moved alongside the current. Lewis realized once again that these lands were not empty wilderness. They formed a living network of people, rivers, languages, and traditions that had existed long before American explorers arrived. The maps growing inside Clark's leather case recorded geography. The people they met revealed civilization. As the Corps descended into the valley, signs of human presence gradually appeared. Old campfire circles, smooth footpaths crossing the forest, willow baskets hanging high in trees to dry, freshly cut poles prepared for future shelters. Everything suggested thoughtful use of the land rather than permanent alteration. The guides explained that many families traveled seasonally, following salmon, berries, roots, and changing weather. The land itself determined the calendar. Lewis admired that quiet partnership between people and nature. Around midday, the expedition stopped beside a broad stream where salmon could occasionally be seen resting in deeper pools. Although the great autumn salmon runs had already begun farther downstream, several fish remained. Their broad backs flashed briefly beneath the clear water. Lewis watched them with fascination. These remarkable fish had traveled hundreds of miles from the Pacific Ocean, returning to the very streams where their lives had begun. One of the guides noticed his interest. He smiled gently. "Salmon always remember home." Lewis nodded thoughtfully. "So do rivers." Guide smiled. "So do people." Simple words remained with Lewis long after the conversation ended. The afternoon passed peacefully. The trail followed the river through open forests where bright yellow aspens mixed with dark green pines. Woodpeckers hammered steadily against old trunks. Red-tailed hawks floated silently overhead. A family of river otters slipped playfully through a quiet side channel before vanishing beneath the water. The Corps rarely hurried now. They had learned that careful observation often revealed far more than rapid travel ever could. Late in the afternoon, Clark announced that they were approaching country associated with the Nez Perce, whose homeland lay beyond the Bitterroots and along the Clearwater River. The Shoshone guides confirmed the direction. Soon another chapter of the expedition would begin. New friendships, new conversations, new lessons. The Corps established camp beside a peaceful bend in the river where smooth gravel beaches stretched beneath towering cottonwoods. The horses grazed calmly, while several men gathered driftwood carried downstream by spring floods. As the fire burned brighter, the familiar sounds of camp slowly returned. Gentle conversation, quiet laughter, the soft bubbling of a kettle suspended above glowing coals. Jean-Baptiste reached toward the dancing sparks with wide, curious eyes while Sacagawea smiled warmly beside him. Louis often thought that the little boy represented something beautiful about the expedition. He belonged to no single part of the journey. He belonged to all of it: mountains, rivers, many cultures, many languages, one shared future. After supper, Louis walked once more to the river's edge. The western sky glowed with deep shades of orange and crimson before slowly fading into violet. The first evening star appeared above the distant hills. He removed the small cedar carving from his pocket. Its smooth curves had become as familiar as the journal resting beneath his arm. He traced the winding line carved into the wood. It no longer represented merely a river. It represented every lesson gathered along the way. Humility from the mountains, patience from the forests, generosity from the people, perseverance from the rivers. Louis quietly wrote beneath the fading light. We believed we were crossing a continent. Perhaps the continent has been quietly crossing us instead, changing us one valley at a time. He paused for several moments, then added his final thought for the evening. Ghost River is not a place beyond the horizon. It is the invisible current that carries wisdom from one generation to the next. Those who travel slowly enough may hear it flowing beside every river in the west. He closed the journal. The river continued west beneath the stars. Beyond the next few days, the Corps of Discovery would reach the homeland of the Nez Perce, where history, survival, and friendship would once again shape the course of the expedition. And as another peaceful night settled across the American wilderness, the Ghost River flowed onward, quiet, unseen, and eternal, guiding not only the explorers toward the Pacific Ocean, but also their hearts toward a deeper understanding of the remarkable land through which they traveled.